Chapter 671. On the third day, the fully equipped Legio III left the Gramintum and sailed to Poseidonia before entering the port of Naples by sea. Naples was a pearl among the Greek colonies in central Italy. It was the second colony built by the Greeks in Italy after Cumae. It had a long history, but at the beginning, it was just a small port called Partenope, meaning pure eye, which was the name of an ancient Greek siren. As time went by, it continued to expand and finally became the largest city-state in the Campania region. Later on, it was renamed Naples, meaning new city. In the process of Naples' development, Syracuse had provided a great help. 100 years ago, Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse, sent an army to help Cumae and Naples repel the Etruscans' attack. Later on, Syracuse sent troops to help Naples defend against the Samnites' attacks. So in the past, Naples and Syracuse had a close relationship and were close allies. However, since the rise of Dionia and the complete destruction of Syracuse's hegemony in the Southern Italian War, Naples, which had strongly supported Dionysius in the Southern Italian War, had no choice but to surrender to Dionia. A large number of Campanian mercenaries under Dionysius' command were provided by the Campanian alliance, which was led by Naples. In the process of Naples' expansion, the Samni had also helped a lot. For 100 years, the Samni had constantly attacked from the eastern mountains to the western lowlands, capturing many towns built by the Etruscans and the Greeks in Campania. Even the ancient city of Cumae had been destroyed, and the big city of Capua had been occupied by them. A large number of people fled to Naples, which they thought was the safest, causing the population of Naples to skyrocket. This was also the reason why there were so many Campanian mercenaries in the western Mediterranean. Under the constant attacks of the ferocious Ammonians, the Campania alliance, which was initially formed to defend the natives and protect the safety of the city-state, was only left with a few towns along the coast. If not for the Campania alliance's timely alliance with Dionia, most of the land would have belonged to the Simonians in less than 20 to 30 years. On this day, the Neapolitans, who had been notified beforehand, had specially cleared half of the port to allow nearly 1,000 passenger ships from Dionia to dock. Many Neapolitan citizens brought their families to the port to watch curiously. I heard that the Legio III from Dionia is coming to Naples this time. What does this legion mean? That's a unique army of Dionia. It's very different from our other city-states. I heard that this army has many advantages, which is why they have an advantage in battle. Since the Legio III is here, then there must be the 1st and 2nd legions. Why didn't the 1st and 2nd legions come to Napoli? Naples is the leader of the Campania alliance. Idiot! It's not that Dionia is looking down on us, but their Legio III is the closest to us. They're stationed in Lucania municipality, so it's the most convenient for them to come to Campania. And don't underestimate this Legio III. In the Southern Italian War 10 years ago, they defeated the Simonians' army that invaded Potentia and captured Capusa and Annona alone. Therefore, they're very experienced in dealing with the Simonians. If the Legio III is so powerful, then wouldn't the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia be even more terrifying? I heard that the kingdom of Dionia has 10 legions, and each of them has achieved a lot in the past wars. I think any one of them is enough to fight against the ferocious Simonians. 10 legions? My God, Apollo above, how many soldiers does Dionia have? Therefore, the alliance between the Campania alliance and the kingdom of Dionia is very correct. With the help of Dionia, we will no longer be afraid of the wolf-like Simonians. Look, the Dionia soldiers have begun to come ashore. Hey, why is the armor on their shoulders black? I know that. Dionia regards Hades as their kingdom's protector and worships black. It's said that their king is a descendant of Hades. Speaking of Hades, a temple of Pluto has been built in our city last year. It's said that the priests are sent from Turin. They are very hospitable to the people who come to worship. Not only do they take the initiative to answer all kinds of questions, but they also treat the believers for free and provide some useful help. I've just been there once a few days ago. A priest with some status spent a lot of time listening to me talk about my troubles and enlightening me. So, the other temples can't be compared to the Temple of Hades at all. No wonder this god is so popular in southern Italy. I heard that even the Samanese in Nazera have begun to worship him. Is it really that good? Then I'll go to the Temple of Hades tomorrow to worship. Stop talking. Look, the Dionia soldiers have begun to line up. Wow, they're really fast, and there's almost no soldiers talking at all. It's not like our militia gathering. The noise can be heard 10 miles away from the city. This is the army that can fight against a strong enemy. Oh, look, there are so many flags in the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them are shining in gold. It's so beautiful. Idiot, those flags are used to command the battle, not to look good. Look, the Dionia actually sent so many cavalrymen. I'm afraid that this is more than the number of cavalrymen of the Campanian alliance. What's so strange about that? I heard that Dionia has 4 cavalry legions, and each of them has nearly 2,000 cavalrymen. Oh, Apollo above, Dionia is really a powerful country. The people of Naples were discussing and commenting about the Legio III of Dionia, but few of them criticized the Legio III for having so many foreigners, mainly the Lucanians in the Legio III. This was because Naples had been surrounded by many different races since its establishment. The Auronsi and Etruscans were to the north, the Simonians to the east, the Lucanians to the south, and the Phoenicians from the Sardinian island to the west. After living for 100 years, they had gotten used to living next to these foreign races. Their culture was deeply influenced by each other, so the Neapolitans were not as xenophobic as the Greeks of other cities. Moreover, many of the people in the city were of mixed blood, so one could imagine how tolerant they were toward the foreigners. When the army of the Kingdom of Dionia set foot on the territory of the Campanian alliance for the first time, the Legio III immediately won the cheers of the surrounding Neapolitan people with their strict discipline and mighty military demeanor. It could be said that they had successfully established the image of the Dionysian army. Just as the various battalions of the Legio III and some of the cavalrymen of the 2nd Cavalry Legion that were transferred over by Cho lined up neatly, the commander of the Legio III Legion, Lazzaro, and the official of the Dionia's foreign ministry, Carias, were talking to the high-ranking officials of Naples who came to welcome them. Welcome, our great allies of Dionia. Thank you very much for your timely arrival. We can finally rest assured. For the past 2 days, there has been a continuous flow of Caiutini's warriors passing through Lola and Susella in the east. The people of the Campanian alliance are very uneasy. The chief general of Naples, Onosius, said excitedly, "Has Caiutini's army started their attack?" Lazzaro asked immediately. "Not yet. However, based on past experience, they will probably rush into the territory of the Campanian alliance in the next 2 days. I'm afraid the scale of the Simonians' invasion this time will be far greater than before." Mithides, a well-respected member of the Council of Naples, replied with a gloomy expression. The envoy of Dionia, Carias, also had a gloomy expression. He was a Turii, a student of Ansitanos. A few years ago, he was still studying history in the Dionia Academy while serving as a teacher in the Turii Academy. After Ansitanos became the foreign minister, he recruited his good student from the academy to serve as a civil servant of the foreign ministry due to the lack of manpower. Previously, Carias had also gone on a diplomatic mission to a foreign country and successfully completed the mission given by the kingdom. He did not expect to be humiliated by Caiutini. Furthermore, Caiutini had launched such a huge attack after that. It was obvious that they were taking revenge for the warning he had given to Caiutini. However, Lazzaro smiled. Caiutini's people came at the right time. The soldiers are looking forward to a big battle. You must be Legion Commander Lazzaro. I've long heard of your name, Onosius said in an obsequious manner. You've heard of me. I've never fought in any big battles. Am I that famous? Lazzaro's expression darkened. He subconsciously thought of how he made a fool of himself during the Corinth tournament. That was a sore point for him. Onosius was stunned. He did not know why his enthusiasm was met with such a cold expression. Legion Commander Lazzaro, who doesn't know that you played an important role as the first captain of Legio III when we defeated the Simonians back then. This time, We are all looking forward to you leading the Dionia Legio III to make a name for themselves in Campania. Mythide said sincerely. It was obvious that he had already understood the army that Dionia had sent out beforehand. At this moment, Lazaro was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, another Neapolitan general, Iolos, asked a timely question to divert his embarrassment. General Lazaro, how many reinforcements did you bring this time? 10,000, Lazaro answered crisply. Chapter 672. The Neapolitan generals were not very familiar with Dionia's military system. They had heard from the Dionia envoy, Chaereas, that the kingdom would send Legio III to participate in the war. They had thought that there would only be a few thousand soldiers. They did not expect the other party to easily send out 10,000 soldiers. This was already half of the Campanian alliance's military strength. Chaereas thought that the Neapolitans were unhappy with Dionia for sending out too many soldiers. So he quickly explained, because the Cautini refused to learn their lesson, His Majesty the Devers was very angry. He sent out the entire Legio III to completely crush the Cautini's invasion and teach them a heavy lesson, so that they would never dare to invade the Campanian alliance's territory again. That's great. We have been looking forward to that day. Onyxius and the others could not help but say, "Where is our base?" At this time, Lazaro asked impatiently. The camp is set outside the east side of the city, but there are not enough tents, Iolos said awkwardly. They did not expect Dionia to send out so many soldiers. We have brought the tents. You just have to ensure that there is an adequate supply of food. Lazaro looked calm, but in fact, food was his biggest concern. There is no problem with the food. You can rest assured, Onyxius said loudly. The autumn harvest has just ended, and the citizens have enough food in their homes. Furthermore, when they heard that the warriors of Dionia were coming to help defend against the Samni, even the city hall didn't have to buy anything. Everyone voluntarily took out their food to supply the Dionian army. We have also prepared dozens of bottles of wine and a lot of cattle and sheep for Legio III to celebrate your arrival. Lazaro waved his hand and said, "There is no need for that. Legio III does not have the time. I'm going to bring the soldiers to build the camp now. Please call the leading generals of the Campanian alliance over and discuss with me how to deal with the Samni that are about to invade." Although Lazaro's words were too direct and hurtful, his swift and decisive actions reflected that the kingdom of Dionia was treating this battle seriously. Therefore, not only were the Neapolitan officials not dissatisfied, they were happy. The Samni people were a mountainous people who liked to live in the mountains. If they lived on the plains, not only would they feel uncomfortable with the climate, but they would also lack a sense of security. However, nothing was absolute. The Cautini, one of the 4 major Samni races, had many villages and towns on the eastern plains of Campania. This was mainly because of the increase in population, which forced the Cautini, who were located in the west of the Samni Mountains, to move to the western lowlands to obtain more land to support their population. After decades of hard work, the eastern part of the Campania plains had been completely occupied by Cautini. They had taken over the cities of other races, such as Capua and Caesarea. At the same time, they had built some new towns such as Lola. Therefore, some of the Cautini tribes had begun to get used to farming instead of herding cattle and sheep for a living, so that the overall strength of Cautini had gradually begun to catch up with the Hilpini tribe, which had always been the leader of the 4 major races. However, the war more than a decade ago was a blow to the ambitious Cautini. A large number of tribal warriors were killed or captured, and the approach of the Dionysian army forced the Cautini to lower their arrogant heads, sign a humiliating alliance treaty, and stop their westward march. But when their strength was restored, its new leader, Segavani, was no longer willing to be bound by this covenant. It was not because of Cautini's habit of plundering, but because, on the one hand, the spread of Dionia's religion and economic culture had destroyed the traditions of the Samni people and shaken the cohesion of the tribes. On the other hand, after Cautini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, they had tasted the benefits of farming on the plains, and they had already intended to take all of Campania into their arms. Of course, there were also personal reasons. Segavani needed to use war to increase his prestige and defeat the Nazera leader, Quinduk, who had always refused to obey him and relied on the support of Dionia. Therefore, the frequent attacks sent by the Khatini tribe to the west were not as simple as plundering supplies and people. They could constantly undermine the enemy's morale and increase the fear of the Campanians, so that they would never dare to settle down to farming and herding. While strengthening their own strength by plundering people and supplies, they were also constantly weakening the opponent's strength. And finally, through war, they would achieve their goal of occupying all of Campania. The two major cities of Capua and Caesarea were obtained in this way. So how could the Khatini be willing to be bound by the alliance of Dionia? One morning, the leaders of the Khatini tribes gathered in the three towns of Capua, Lola, and Caesarea led their young and strong tribesmen, weapons in hand, and began to break into the territory of the Campanian alliance to the west. The straight-line distance between the three cities and the west coast was about 40 miles, especially Lola, which was directly to the east of Naples. Therefore, as long as these tribal warriors ran as fast as they could, they would be able to reach the city of Naples in about 2 hours. This was one of the main reasons why the city-states of the Campanian alliance were afraid of Salmonne. They were too close to the Khatini forces, and they were on the plains with almost no place to defend. Faster! Faster! Tarik, the leader of the Khatini tribe, shouted loudly to urge his warriors. His tribe came from Abella, a small town less than 15 miles east of Lola. It was located in a col, guarding a pass into the mountains, so the land area was narrow and not suitable for farming, and the mountains on both sides were too high, not suitable for grazing, so they mainly lived by plundering. Although Segavani, the leader of the Khatini tribe, had proposed to use this attack to strike the arrogant faces of the kingdom of Dionia and the Campanian alliance. But Tarik was more interested in the grain that the Greeks had piled up in their homes. Now that the autumn harvest had just ended, even if the Greeks who had a good harvest fled after hearing the news, they would not be able to take that much grain with them. Tarik wanted to plunder enough grain before the other tribes did, so that he could get through the winter without a hitch. Tarik ran on the flat land with his 200 warriors, and soon entered the territory of Naples. He could already see the farmland in front of him, and at the same time, he could smell the burnt straw in the air, which made him even more excited. Tarik was familiar with the area because of his frequent raids. He knew that there was a Greek village a mile ahead. Faster, he urged again, quickening his pace. Chief, there are enemy cavalry in front, a warrior shouted. Tarik, of course, saw it too. He also saw the Greek cavalry immediately turn around and run back after noticing his troops. Don't worry about them. Hurry up, Tarik shouted. He was not worried at all. Based on past experience, he knew that the cavalry must have run back to Naples to gather their soldiers, and by the time the heavy Greek infantry arrived, they would have already returned to Abella with a full harvest. If the Greeks dared to give chase, Khatini's warriors would come from all directions and give them a taste of the power of a rain of javelins. The timid Greeks always gathered in tight phalanxes. Not only were they slow, but they were also easy targets for the javelins in their hands. Tarik led the warriors into the village, and just as he had expected, the village was empty. He immediately sent a small group of warriors to the south of the village to act as sentries to observe the movements of the Greeks, while he led the majority of his warriors to break down the locked doors of the houses and rush into the houses to start looting. Just then, a warrior hurried over and reported, "Not far from the village, there are some Greeks fleeing with their carts." Tarik was overjoyed when he heard this. They must be the people of the village, and they must be loaded with valuables. Tarik was worried that he did not have enough carts with him, so he could not carry too much. He immediately gathered some of his warriors and rushed out of the village, heading south in pursuit. When the Greeks saw that they were coming, they ran even faster to the south. Unfortunately, their numbers were heavy and clumsy, and they were getting closer and closer. Tarik was shocked to discover that there were dozens of Greek heavy infantry in front of the fleeing Greeks. Unlike the Greek heavy infantry he had seen before, they were all clad in black armor, and they were charging towards them at high speed. "Should we retreat?" Tarek only had this thought in his mind, but he immediately suppressed it. What a joke, why would I retreat? He was very experienced in dealing with the Greek heavy infantry. Moreover, he had more than 100 warriors with him, which was twice the number of the enemy. Quick, spread out. He ordered the warriors to form an even looser formation, spreading out in the shape of a goose and pressing toward the enemy at the same time. The enemy heavy infantry continued to advance past the fleeing Greeks and gradually formed into a tight phalanx as they advanced. Seeing this, Tarek laughed inwardly. The stubborn Greeks have suffered so many times, but they still haven't changed. I'll let you continue to taste the power of a javelin. The enemy's phalanx had already entered a distance of 30 meters. Tarek raised the javelin in his hand, only to see the Greeks slow down and raise the long shields in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the front, back, left, right, and even the top of the phalanx were tightly protected by the shields, and they continued to advance towards Tarek's team. Tarek was shocked, but he still threw the javelin in his hand. The warriors in the semicircle formation also threw their javelins at the enemy in the middle. Chapter 673. The javelins that were thrown covered the entire phalanx. Only boom sounds could be heard. Some of the javelins slid off the shields, and some pierced into the shields, turning the phalanx into a hedgehog. But this phalanx did not have any soldiers fall, and no one screamed. It stood perfectly intact. While the Simonians were still in shock, the Greeks suddenly removed their shields. Javelins flew out from the phalanx and were thrown in front of them, where Tarek was standing. At this time, the distance between the two sides was close to 20 meters. Tarek did not expect the other party to have such a fatal move. As the tribal leader, Tarek had his own armor and shield, but in order to better pursue the fleeing Greeks, he left them in the village. Seeing the javelins flying straight at him, he could only rely on his instincts to dodge. Then he let out a scream. A javelin pierced through his right leg, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, 7 or 8 warriors beside him also fell to the ground, screaming. "Chief!" The panicked shouts of the soldiers rang in his ears. Amidst the pain, Tarek suddenly remembered something mentioned by the previous leader 10 years ago. These enemies in black helmets and black armor should be Dionia. They're the Danians. Tarek reminded the others loudly. At this time, the Dionia soldiers had already rushed to the front. In order to protect their leader, the Kayutini warriors did not retreat. Instead, they hurried forward and fought with the Dionia soldiers. This was obviously a wrong move. Even if the Kayutini warriors outnumbered the other side, the unprotected Kayutini warriors fighting against the well-protected legion of Dionysia was like an egg hitting a stone. After paying a heavy price, the Kayutini warriors had to retreat. At this time, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. "It's the Greek cavalry!" The Kayutini warriors exclaimed. Dozens of Dionia cavalry who had circled to the rear and galloped overthrew javelins at the retreating Kayutini warriors, slowing their retreat. The legion of Dionysia soldiers were quickly catching up. Under the pincer attack, the Kayutini warriors were completely routed and fled in all directions. They would become the targets of the Dionia cavalry. At that moment, the commander of the legion of Dionysia stood in front of the unconscious Tarek, looking back at the Campanian army that had just arrived. "Where's the nearest enemy?" The scout pointed his right and said, "About 400 meters from here, further west, there are about 300 Katini people. Your comrades from the 3rd Squad and a company of light armored soldiers are preparing to attack them." After the captain heard this, he immediately shouted, "Brothers of the 2nd team, gather. Other than a few of you who are injured, the rest of you will follow me to the west immediately and coordinate with the 3rd team to attack the Salmoni." "Captain, this is just a small injury. It's not a problem for us to continue fighting," the injured soldier said unwillingly. "This is an order. Execute it immediately." After the captain said this, the injured soldiers did not say anything. "What about the Katini hiding in the village?" a soldier asked. "Leave it to the Neapolitans. I think they should be able to handle the remaining soldiers." With that, the captain immediately led the soldiers to the west. This similar scene happened in many places in the Campanian plains. Only in Atella, the situation was different. Atella was originally a small city built by the Etruscans and later joined the Campanian alliance. It was located in the northeast of Naples, in the middle of the Campanian plains, less than 25 miles away from the city. 20 years ago, it was taken away by the Catini, and since then, Atella had become a forward base for the Catini to invade the coastal city-states of Campania, as well as a transfer point for looting. The Campanian alliance suffered greatly. Therefore, after forming an alliance with Daionia, they took advantage of the fact that the Catini were defeated by Daionia and were still negotiating with the Devers. Could the Catini return Atella to the Campanian alliance? The Devers agreed. The Catini, on the other hand, had no choice but to make concessions due to the circumstances. This humiliation had always been weighing on the Catini great leader, Segovani's heart. Therefore, this time, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Campanian alliance was busy dealing with the invasion of the other tribes to gather a large number of troops, recapture Atella in one fell swoop, and establish his prestige. As for when Daionia sent messengers to accuse him, Segovani had already thought of a way to deal with it. He would use the phrase, Atella originally belonged to the Catini, to dodge it. Anyway, the Daionia only knew how to threaten him with words and could not harm him at all. When the time came, the deed would be done, and the Daionia could not do anything to him. Segovani spent 2 days in Cadium to gather about 5,000 warriors from the surrounding tribes and secretly entered the city of Caesarea. Half an hour after the other tribes began to invade the west, he led his army and set off. As he had specially ordered that no tribes are allowed to loot along the route from Caesarea to Atella, the journey was smooth and did not encounter any enemies. Caesarea was less than 20 miles away from Atella, and it was all flat land. An hour later, the army led by Segovani neared the city of Atella. The Atellans obviously did not expect the Catini, who had always only looted, to suddenly lead an army to attack the city. There were only a few panicked sentries on the city wall. Segovani, on the other hand, had made ample preparations. Not only did he let the warriors bring enough scaling ladders, but he also gathered the heavy infantry of Catini, equivalent to the intermediate infantry of the Greek army, into the army. There were about 3,000 of them. Attack! Segovani immediately gave the order without hesitation. He did not want to give the enemy any time to react. The warriors roared and rushed toward Atella. At this time, the scout hurried over. Great leader, we found the enemy's cavalry. Segovani's heart tightened, but he immediately relaxed. So what if the Greeks found out? Victory was already in his grasp. Continue to observe the enemy's movements south and report to me at any time, he said with a wave of his hand. Yes, great leader. The scout ran away. Cavalry. This was a pain in Segovani's heart. The Samni were a mountainous race and had never had cavalry. But after the Catini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, he began to plan to build a cavalry to increase the scouting ability of the army and at the same time to assist in battle. But none of the Catini warriors were willing to try riding a horse. They were more willing to fight the enemy face to face rather than riding and hiding like cowards. Of course, sitting on the back of a naked horse gave these Catini warriors no sense of security at all. It was far better to have their feet on solid ground, which made them feel at ease. In the end, the dream of building a cavalry could only go down the drain. Segovani sighed and threw away this annoying thought. He returned his attention to the battlefield. He was delighted to see that the warriors had already used scaling ladders to cross the trench and force their way to the city wall. Only then did many panicked Greek defenders appear on the city wall. By the time Naples' reinforcements arrive, I will have already taken this small city. Segovani clenched his right fist confidently. What did you say? More than 5,000 Catini are attacking Atlas. The Neapolitan general, Aeolus, was shocked when he heard this news from the mouth of a scout. He immediately reacted and shouted with a livid face, "We have all been deceived by the Catini. This time, they're not just plundering, they're going to invade our land." Aeolus' words were mainly directed at Lazzaro. At this moment, Lazzaro, who was sitting in the big tent, had a very ugly expression. After sending out the troops of Legio III to prepare for a surprise attack on the Cautini who had come to invade the Campania alliance, he had been sitting in the barracks. There was no other way. Because the location of the attack was too wide, the various brigades, companies, and teams of Legio III were scattered in this vast area. He could only rely on the many scouts and messengers, as well as the planning of the staff officers, to barely achieve a general control. There were only 500 light infantrymen left in the camp, and they were reserved for reserve. Lazaru carefully looked at the map of Campania on the table, then asked loudly, "How many citizen soldiers are there in the city of Atlas?" Ilos thought for a moment, then came over and said, "Atlas is a small city with only a few thousand people. We could take out nearly 400 citizen soldiers." Speaking of this, Ilos felt a little regretful. When Atlas was returned to the Campania alliance, with such an important strategic location, it should have been expanded, strengthened, and stationed more young and strong citizens. However, at that time, the various city-states in the alliance argued endlessly about how much construction costs and how much land they would get, so this important measure was never implemented. Later, everyone found that the Cautini were very obedient under the strong constraints of Dionia, so they did not bother to make any changes to Atlas. In the past 2 years, Cautini had begun to attack the Campania alliance again, but they mainly robbed the property and occasionally robbed the population. They did not attack the cities, so they did not raise any alarm. Lazaru frowned and asked again, "How many soldiers have you not sent out to fight?" Ilos hurriedly discussed a few words with the generals beside him, then said helplessly, "According to General Lazaru's previous suggestion, we have kept a reserve force, about 2,000 soldiers. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 674. We don't have to rush to Atlas so quickly. If the Cautini people want to attack Atlas, then let them." A voice sounded in the tent. The generals of the Campania alliance were a little angry when they heard this. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a general in black armor sitting next to Lazaru. The purple helmet was placed next to his hand. It was obvious that this person's status in the Dionia army was not lower than Lazaru's. This made them swallow the curses they wanted to say. This person seems to be called Pooh. Thor. Ilos vaguely remembered that Lazaru had introduced him to them before, but this person had been sitting quietly and did not attract much attention. For a moment, he could not remember his name. Lazaru's plan was opposed, but he was not angry. Instead, he asked that person seriously, "Printos, what's your opinion?" Printos was from a mountain reconnaissance brigade led by Lazaru. More than 10 years ago, it made great contributions when Legio III took over the city of Espraustum. Then, during the war, when the Devers led the army to fight back against the Samni army's invasion of Potentia, he used a clever trick to cause the Samni camp to howl, which led to their crushing defeat. After that, the Devers then asked him to assist Legio III in attacking the Samni territory in the north. Legio III successively took over Capsa, Inona, and many other Hilpini territories. At that time, the first captain of Legio III, Lazaru, met Printos during this process. After the war in Greece, under the Devers' suggestion, the Ministry of Military Affairs established the General Staff Department. The Devers assigned Printos to the General Staff Department. Soon, he became the third most important person in the General Staff Department, the General Staff Officer. There was a joke in the Ministry of Military Affairs to describe the 3 heads of the General Staff Department. Felicius is tired from sitting, Tormid is tired from running, and Printos is tired from thinking. This showed their role in the Ministry of Military Affairs. At that moment, Printos looked at everyone and said slowly, "The biggest problem that the Cautini's invasion poses to the Greek army is that they move quickly and are difficult to capture. Now that they have attacked Atlas, it is equivalent to them voluntarily giving up this advantage, giving us the possibility of surrounding and annihilating them. Moreover, such a large army must be led by their leader. If we annihilate and capture this army, it is equivalent to completely solving the problem of the Cautini's frequent attacks on Campania." Printo's words made everyone in the tent very excited. A general from Swali said hesitantly. But if we let the Kautini occupy Atlas, they have some experience in defending the city. If we attack for a long time without success, the other Kautini tribes, and even the Hilpini and Pentani will come to our rescue. And that will be even worse. 20 years ago, the reason why the Kautini dared to seize this small city deep in the territory of the Campania Alliance was because they had the confidence to defend it. After that, the army of the Campania Alliance had failed many times to attack the city. Now, this general was worried that they would suffer the same failure again. Without needing Printos to explain further, Iolos said, "There is nothing to worry about. Our ally, Dionia, is so strong that it can easily take down Atlas, which is guarded by the Kautini." That's right, the Campania Alliance now had a strong ally, Dionia. Thinking of what they had heard over the years about the cities and towns that Dionia had forcibly taken down in conquering the vast areas of Apulia, everyone's confidence was boosted. Lazuru, on the other hand, was slightly worried and asked softly, "His Majesty only wants us to repel the Kautini invasion. Will this cause a bigger war?" When that time comes, His Majesty, Printos hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Don't worry. When we annihilate this main force of the Kautini, even if they want to continue the war, they will not have the strength to do so. By then, they will only be more obedient to us." When Lazaro heard this, he immediately had no more worries. He was a warmonger. At this time, he said to everyone in high spirits, "We have to hurry up and come up with a plan to eliminate this enemy as soon as possible." As he spoke, he leaned on the table and pointed at the map that was marked out in detail by the staff officers. He said, "Now, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades of Dionia Legio III, as well as most of the light armor and light infantry, as well as a part of your army, are in the northeast of Naples to stop the Kautini coming out from Capua and Sassella. The 5th, 6th, and 4th Brigades of Legio III, as well as another part of your army, are in the southeast of Naples, mainly to stop the Kautini coming out from Laura. We have to immediately send scouts to inform them. After completing the task of stopping, do not delay. Immediately turn to the east, north, and south of Atlas, and cut off the enemy's retreat. Meanwhile, we have to gather all the remaining soldiers in the camp and approach the south of Atlas. Finally, surround the enemy. There is one more thing that we need to pay attention to." Printos reminded. After the enemy knows that Dionia Legio III is participating in this battle, it is very likely that they will give up Atlas and escape back to the mountains. Lazuru thought for a moment and immediately said, "Then inform the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the cavalry of the Campania Alliance to rush to the east of Atlas as soon as possible. Once the enemy is found to have escaped, do your best to delay their retreat until the other troops arrive and eliminate them." The generals also gave their suggestions to perfect this plan. At this time, no one cared too much about the lives of the thousands of people in Atlas. After all, the generals of the Campania Alliance hoped to completely eliminate their greatest threat through this battle. Soon, many scouts rushed out of the camp and galloped in all directions. After half an hour of battle, Segovani's troops attacked the top of the city wall. Then, they broke into the city and purged the entire city. Just as Segovani was feeling proud of the success of his plan, a scout who hurried back reported to him that a few Kautini tribes that were raiding near Atlas had been defeated by the Greeks. Among the soldiers that were pursuing them were many heavy infantry who could throw javelins and helmets. They suspected that they were Dionia's troops. The scout also brought back a tribal leader who had escaped. He cried to Segovani, "The Greeks' attack was too fierce. My 150 warriors were quickly defeated. The enemy still has many cavalry, and the warriors couldn't even escape. They were either killed or captured. Great leader, you must send troops to rescue them." Segovani was terrified at this moment. He asked loudly, "Are you sure that Dionia was the one who attacked you? It must be them. The Campanians don't have those strangely dressed soldiers, and it's impossible for them to completely defeat us." The leader still wanted to find an excuse for his failure, but he saw Segovani gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn Dionia! How dare they violate the alliance? Are they preparing to start a war with the Simonians? Segovani's mind was in a mess. Although he had repeatedly ignored Dionia's warnings, he knew very well that Cautini's strength could not compete with the powerful kingdom of Dionia. Once Dionia really sent troops, it meant that he was in a bad situation. Run. This thought immediately appeared in Segovani's mind, but he immediately hesitated. They had just conquered Atlas and suffered some casualties. Not only was he reluctant to give up on this fat piece of meat and leave empty-handed, but the warriors of the various tribes would also not agree. While the enemy's troops were still scattered and could not gather to deal with him in a short time, he had to seize the time to plunder some resources and bring them back. When he returned to Cautim, he would discuss with Hilpini, Pintni, and Cautini how to deal with Dionia's betrayal of the alliance. After Segovani made up his mind, he immediately ordered the warriors to seize the time to plunder resources and be ready to leave at any time. At the same time, he sent out many scouts and ordered them to carefully investigate the movements around Atlas and report immediately if there were any strange movements. However, not long after, he received reports of enemies to the south, north, and west of Atlas. At this moment, how could he not understand that the enemy had discovered him and was trying to surround him? Segovani did not dare to hesitate and immediately led the warriors to retreat east. Not long after escaping Atlas, they heard the sound of hooves coming from the north. It's the Greek cavalry. The Cautini warriors reminded each other and stopped in their tracks. They pulled out their javelins and were eager to face the hundreds of cavalrymen rushing toward them. The cavalrymen belonging to the 2nd Cavalry Legion of Dionia were rushing over. This time, in order to cooperate with Legio III in the battle in the Campania region, the Ministry of Military Affairs had the 2nd Cavalry Legion take out 1,000 cavalrymen and put them under Lazur's command. Although the 2nd Cavalry Legion's camp headquarters was stationed in Nudum, most of the soldiers in the Legion came from the Kazinsa Plateau and were better at riding horses on the gentler slopes. When they were about to enter the range of the Cautini's javelins, the Dionia cavalry turned around and galloped toward the front of the Cautini army, facing them. Wherever he passed, the Cautini warriors subconsciously slowed down their footsteps. At this time, the warriors on the right side of the team also shouted, "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Dozens of Dionia cavalry rushed over from the south and adopted the same tactic, forcing the entire Cautini army to retreat at a significantly slower pace. Segovani panicked and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Ignore them!" Chapter 675. Several trumpeters beside Segovani kept blowing the horns of retreat. At the same time, Segovani, who was at the head of the team, led the tribal warriors around him to speed up. Seeing that the Cautini in front of them no longer cared about their threat and only cared about running forward, the Dionia cavalry did not hesitate to close in on them, throwing the javelins in their hands as they galloped. The javelins flew into the dense ranks and immediately fell to the ground. The Cautini warriors who were attacked also angrily returned the javelins to the Dionia cavalry, who were about to turn away. Screams and the neighing of horses rang out incessantly for both sides. At the same time, there were cries of alarm from the Cautini warriors everywhere. "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Squads of Dionia and Campanian cavalry kept rushing from the rear, circling around the huge Cautini team and stirring up dust and sand. They kept charging at the enemy, throwing javelins to injure and disrupt the enemy's advance. Even when they saw that the Cautini team at the end of the team was thin, they directly drove their horses to scatter them, like a pack of cunning wolves pouncing on a giant beast, constantly increasing the pressure, adding wounds, and making them panic. Ever since the Dionia cavalry suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Namibian and Celtic cavalry in the southern Italian war more than a decade ago, the cavalry commander Leds learned from the painful experience and formulated a more rigorous and meticulous training plan. At the same time, he selected more outstanding riders to join the army. After more than a decade of persistent training and tactical improvement, the current Dionia cavalry had greatly improved compared to before. Segavani looked painfully at the enemy cavalry squads that constantly crisscrossed in front of him. While defending with a shield and throwing javelins, he constantly shouted to the warriors around him, "Don't stop! Keep going! Keep going!" In his heart, he actually wanted to order the team to stop, get into formation, and teach these annoying enemy cavalry a lesson. He believed that with the bravery of the Kautini warriors and their large numbers, they could completely make the enemy retreat in defeat. But the increasing number of enemy cavalry also meant that his team had become the enemy's main target. Once the enemy infantry arrived, while Segavani was panicking, he suddenly saw a group of heavy infantry in black armor appear in the dust stirred up by the enemy cavalry. He was shocked. How did the Daionia infantry get to the front? Tagru was a reserve soldier of Legio 3 more than 10 years ago. As the temporary commander of the Laos River Fortress, he led the soldiers to successfully stop the attack of the Laos. After the war, not only did he receive a generous reward from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he also successfully transferred to Legio 3. After more than 10 years, he was now the captain of the 4th Brigade of Legio 3. In this assault on the Kautini, Tagru's 4th Brigade was responsible for the area to the south between Caesarea and Laura. He first led 2 teams to defeat an enemy force with the assistance of cavalry, then led them to cooperate with another 2 teams to attack another enemy force with a larger number of people, and successfully defeated it. But in the process of interrogating the captives, Tagru learned that this team from Caesarea had previously looted a village and some Greek civilians, and was already on the way to Caesarea. Tagru immediately led the team to chase after them, and finally intercepted them before they reached Caesarea. On the way back, they encountered cavalry scouts who were looking for them everywhere. Only then did Tagru lead the team to Atlas unhurriedly, because their current position was already directly north of Atlas. When Segavani saw the Daionia heavy infantry in front of him, Tagru also saw the Kautini army in a hurry and in a disorderly formation, as well as the Daionia cavalry galloping around it. The enemy's mighty formation reminded him of the situation when Laos's men attacked the La River Fortress more than 10 years ago. At that time, he only had a few people with him, but he had a strong city defense as a barrier. Today, he did not have a city wall to protect him, but he firmly believed that as long as he stopped the enemy here for a moment, his comrades would arrive one after another and completely destroy this large number of enemies. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and felt that his courage had grown a little stronger. The slow walk earlier had also alleviated their fatigue from the pursuit. He looked around at the soldiers around him, and the soldiers around him looked back at him. There was a hint of nervousness and excitement in their eyes. They were waiting for their superior to make the final decision, and then they would carry it out firmly. Thus, Tagru shouted without hesitation, "Brothers, the enemy that our legion wants to annihilate is in front of us. We must stop these enemies here, or they will escape into the mountains, and our encirclement plan will fail. This is a great opportunity that Hades has given us to make a contribution. Brothers, take out your courage and win this rare honor." Roar, roar, roar. The soldiers used powerful roars to show their determination. Tagru immediately ordered, "All squads line up, form a shield formation, and stop the enemy." Tagru only had 4 squads with him, less than 200 people. In order to ensure the length of the formation, he hoped to be able to stop enough enemies and stretch the line. However, there were only 5 rows deep, which was too thin and could easily be broken. But the soldiers under him quickly split into 4 small square formations without hesitation, and then lined up in a row. They even threw away the javelins on their backs and the spears in their hands. Each of them held a long shield in their hands, drew out a short sword, and slowly advanced towards the enemy. Segavani and the other Kautini warriors were shocked to see that the enemies in front of them actually dared to act like they wanted to stop them. They could not help but be furious. "Charge and crush them." Segavani pointed his spear forward and shouted. Kautini's warriors roared and once again increased their running speed. Seeing the large number of enemies charging at them aggressively, Tagru was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy. He was most afraid that the enemy would go around them and make his plan fail. The soldiers immediately stopped advancing. Shield formation, the leaders of the various teams shouted. The soldiers in the front row raised their shields. The bottom of the shields was slightly sharp and could be slightly inserted into the ground to strengthen the defense of the shield formation. The soldiers in the back row placed their shields above their heads and placed them on the shields of the soldiers in the front row, forming a line. The samurai were very good at throwing javelins, and they knew this very well. Sure enough, as soon as the Dionia soldiers' shield formation was completed, the javelins of the Cautini came raining down. Some of the soldiers could not help but cry out when the javelins pierced through their shields and pierced their arms. Tagru raised his shield and shouted, "Steady! Steady! Steady!" After the rain of javelins, Cautini's warriors roared furiously as they charged out of the pervading dust and mist. They ferociously crashed into Dionia's army formation, instantly causing the shield formation, which was almost a straight line, to bend. The Dionia soldiers took a horse stance, front and back, using all their strength to resist the impact of the hundreds and thousands of people. The soldiers in the first row were half-crouching, their heads buried under their shields, their bodies turned sideways, and their shoulders against the shields. The enemy's javelins pierced them, and the short sword in their right hand constantly pierced through the gaps between the shields. It was unknown if they had hurt the enemy, because the sound of fighting completely occupied their eardrums, and they could not hear the screams. Only some impatient Cautini warriors saw that they could not break the long shields that looked like a turtle shell. In a moment of desperation, they threw away their weapons and directly grabbed the top of the shield with both hands, trying to break it open. At this moment, the sharp short sword slashed across, cutting off their fingers, and blood splattered on the soldiers. The Cautini at the back bypassed the front of the shield formation and attacked the flanks and rear of the shield formation. In the blink of an eye, the Dionia soldiers were surrounded. The soldiers raised their shields and completely protected the entire formation. This company of Dionia was like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. The Dionia cavalry on the periphery also realized this. They risked being pierced by javelins and attacked the Cautini more frequently in an attempt to help relieve the pressure on their comrades. But this only angered the Cautini even more. Under their fierce attacks, the shield formation could not hold on for long before it began to fall apart. Tagru watched the soldiers around him being pushed down and stabbed. He was anxious. He quickly stabbed the short sword in his hand, trying to stab the enemy who had squeezed into the formation and protect the safety of his men. Unexpectedly, the Cautini warrior who had his chest pierced did not fall. Instead, he leaped forward with all his might, and Tagru, who could not dodge, was pushed to the ground. More enemies rushed into this section of the formation. Tagru, who was pressed to the ground, watched in despair as the soldiers who had lost the protection of the formation were surrounded by more and more enemies. Falling one by one, at this critical moment, the loud sound of a bugle pierced through the boiling battlefield. Lazura led 2,500 reinforcements from the west and was the first to arrive at the battlefield, directly attacking the rear of the Cautini team. Not long after, the 1st Battalion of Legio III arrived from the northwest, then the other companies of the 4th Battalion, and then the 2nd Battalion. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of the bugle continued to sound around the Cautini team, and attacks were launched from all directions. The Cautini soldiers, who were already in a disorderly formation, were stunned. They felt that they were surrounded by enemies and were extremely panicked. They could no longer care about the Diana company that was already on the verge of death. They scattered and fled in all directions. But how could they outrun the pursuit of the cavalry with their legs? The battle ended quickly. Except for a few Cautini people who escaped into the city of Sicila, most of the Cautini warriors were either killed or captured. Chapter 676. Lazaru came to the center of the battlefield. It was full of wounded soldiers and corpses. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses there were. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. In the center stood more than 20 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. They were all injured, blood-stained, and disorderly. It was difficult for them to even stand, and they could only rely on each other to support each other, but when Lazaru came in front of them, they still tried hard to salute him. Reporting to Legion Commander, the first team of the 4th Legio III has completed the mission. Lazaru solemnly returned the military salute, and at the same time his voice was a little choked as he said, "You have done well. Without your obstruction, there would not have been this victory." With that, he quickly stepped forward and supported Tagru, who was on the verge of falling. He grabbed his right hand and raised it high. "You, Tagru, blocked the attack of Laos with a small number of troops at the Law River Fortress more than 10 years ago. Today, you once again blocked the attack of thousands of Samoyed soldiers with a company. You are really an iron wall. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers around him cheered in unison. Amidst the cheers, Tagru and his soldiers tried their best to straighten their chests. From then on, Tagru had the nickname Iron Wall. Ailos and the other generals of the Campania alliance who followed Lazaru had never seen such a tragic battlefield, let alone such a terrifying army. In the face of the attack of an enemy dozens of times their number, they actually fought to the death without retreating. This was simply a replica of the legendary battle at Hot Spring Gate. The shock in these generals' hearts could be imagined. No wonder Dionia could defeat Syracuse and become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean. With such an army, which city-state would dare to go against it? At this time, the Legion's medical camp also rushed over. They rummaged through the pile of corpses to find the surviving soldiers and carried out emergency treatment. After a while, the captain of the Dionia cavalry rushed over and reported, "Legion Commander Lazaru, we have captured the leader of Cautini, Segavani." Lazaru was not surprised at all. Under such a tight encirclement of Legio III and its allies, it was a miracle that they could still escape. Koreas, the Dionia envoy who had followed Lazaru all the way here, hurriedly asked, "Where is he? Bring him here." The cavalry captain turned around and shouted proudly. Segavani, covered in dust, was pushed up limping. When he was escaping, he was knocked down by the Dionia cavalry and his right leg was injured. His escorts were also scattered. Seeing that it was impossible for him to escape, he took the initiative to become a captive. "Great leader Segavani, I never thought we would meet under such circumstances." When Segavani heard this familiar voice, he turned his head and saw Korea's mocking face. "People of Dionia, you have violated the covenant and secretly attacked your ally, the Ka, Utini. Do you want to start a war with the Samanai alliance?" Segavani roared. "Who's going against the alliance? It's you Ka, Utini who violated the covenant first. The hundreds of Campanian corpses in Atlas City are the evidence of your crimes. Dionia is upholding the sacred covenant and responding to the request of their loyal ally, the Campanian alliance. That's why they sent an army to protect the lives and property of the Campanian people in the territory of the Campanian alliance. If Yukai Utini did not violate the covenant and did not invade the territory of the Campanian alliance, how could there be a war with us?" Koreas barked out several questions. Segavani was speechless, but continued to shout, "Quickly release me and my warriors. I will persuade my compatriots in the mountains to resolve this conflict peacefully. Otherwise, the entire Samanai alliance will gather all the warriors, form an army, and invade the territory of Dionia." When Koreas heard this, he wanted to say more, but Lazaru roared, "Let them come. We, Legio III, are worried about not having a war to fight." Seeing Segavani's dejected face, Koreas quickly lost the anger he had when he was humiliated and caught him. He pondered and said, "I wonder how His Majesty will deal with this battle. It's best if he can order us to take down Lola, Sassara, and Capusa." Lazaru said confidently. The two looked at each other and laughed. In this battle, Segavani led more than 5,000 Ka, Utini warriors, together with other tribal warriors who invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance. There were more than 12,000 people. On the other hand, Dionia's Legio III, half of Dionia's 2nd Cavalry Legion, and the army of the Campanian alliance totaled about 20,000 people. They defeated most of the invading Ka Utini, especially the main force led by Segavani, who was almost surrounded and annihilated. After cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, a total of about 3,000 Utini warriors were killed or injured. More than 2,000 Utini were captured, and the casualties of the Utini warriors who escaped back to the mountains were unknown. For this victory, the allied forces of Dionia and Campania also paid a certain price. A total of more than 1,500 soldiers were killed or injured. Among them, the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade of Dionia Legio III was almost completely wiped out. The 2nd Cavalry Legion also paid a lot of casualties when they stopped Segovani's army from retreating. However, this battle dealt a heavy blow to Cayutini and shocked the entire Samni region at the same time. In the Senate of Carthage, the elders were in a heated debate about the news that had just come back from Rome. Everyone, we can't retreat anymore. A year ago, because of our retreat, the Tarquinian tribe that was close to us was completely annihilated, allowing the Dionia to completely control the Sicera region. Our gold, silver, and supplies were wasted in vain. Now, the greedy Dionia is targeting our ally in central Italy, Rome. We can't just watch the Dionia conquer Rome and then smoothly occupy all of Italy. When that time comes, which country can stop the vast territory of Dionia? And such a powerful kingdom of Dionia will still be willing to live in peace with us. Carthage. Preticuba, the leader of the Magonid faction in the Senate, waved his arms excitedly and shouted. His impassioned words moved some of the elders. Ocraton stood up and said calmly, "Calm down, Preticuba, you are too excited. I remember that the news only said that the envoy of Dionia hopes that Rome will stop its attack on Wolsey and has no intention of starting a war with Rome. Rome has annexed too much land over the years. It should stop and sort out its internal affairs. The conflict between the nobles and the commoners in its country is so fierce, and even the people have refused to elect a consul for many years. If this continues, Rome will have a big problem sooner or later." Ocraton, I think you are really muddle-headed. Another Magonid elder, Sanapor, stood up and criticized, "We spend so much gold, silver, and supplies every year just to make Rome a prosperous city. We want Rome to become a powerful force in central Italy, to be able to stop the expansion of the kingdom of Dionia to the north. Now that the Wolsey people have suffered a crushing defeat, it is the best time for Rome to conquer them and strengthen its power. If Rome stops its attack and shrinks its power, it will give the Wolsey people a chance to breathe. Now, Dionia has realized the danger of Rome, and they're doing their best to help Wolsey. They may also unite with other forces that oppose Rome to strengthen their influence in central Italy. With the support of Dionia, these races will continue to oppose Rome, and in the end, Rome will be conquered by Dionia, just like the Tannic tribe. I think this is not what any of the wise elders here would wish to see. It is also not in the interest of our Carthage at all. Therefore, we must fully support the people of Rome, and let them reject the proposal of Dionia." Sanapor, please pay attention. What you mean by fully supporting Rome is to let them continue to attack Wolsey and eventually lead to the war between Rome and Dionia ahead of schedule. Sophie Tepenlaco stood up and asked loudly. An uproar broke out in the hall. "Yes, it is likely to lead to such a situation," Sanapor replied calmly. Another uproar broke out in the hall. Rome alone will not be able to fight against Dionia. When that time comes, as an ally of Rome, should Carthage participate in the war? Tepenlaco asked, whether it is to abide by the oath, fulfill the contract of military alliance, or to protect the interests of Carthage, we must declare war against Dionia. Predicubus said firmly. The elders were in an uproar, and the hall was filled with arguments. When we agreed to support the Tannic tribe in Rome, hoping that they could suppress the expansion of Dionia, didn't we already see Dionia as our enemy? Don't tell me you're still holding on to the delusion that the kingdom of Dionia, which has become immeasurably powerful after wiping out one race and faction after another, will continue to coexist peacefully with us. Preticuba questioned loudly, causing the noisy hall to become much quieter. Declare war against Dionia? Do you know that we have just sent troops to Sirte to eliminate the Namibian rebellion a few months ago, and it has not been completely pacified? Tepanlako reminded loudly. There are also rebellions in Dionia. The Masapi, Pacheti, Doni, they have more of them than us, but this does not stop them from continuing to wage war and conquer other forces. Preta Cuba said loudly with an angry expression, "If the people of Dionia can do it, we, Carthage, have ruled this land for so long. We should be able to do it." Chapter 677. Akradin immediately stood up, trying to dispel the impact of Preta Cuba's words on the senators. Preta Cuba, do you know that the current Dionia is much stronger than Syracuse? They have at least 10 legions, 4 fleets, and it is said that they have a population of 2 million. Their territory is also far larger than the land and city-states controlled by Syracuse. Therefore, they can easily form an army of 100,000 people. Can we do that? Therefore, it is not appropriate for us to start a war with Dionia now. Instead, we should speed up the expansion in the interior of Africa and strengthen our strength so that we can have a decisive battle with Dionia in the future. Preta Cuba sneered. In the future? When is the future? When Dionia completely occupies all of Italy. I think now is the best time to start a war with Dionia. Because Dionia is experiencing a drought, they are short of food. My lords, you should not have forgotten that we just refused their request to buy food not long ago. Let alone 100,000 people. I doubt that Dionia can even organize 50,000 soldiers. And we have Western Sicily, Namibia, Southern Iberia, and also allies with the powerful state of Rome in central Italy and the Mauritanian kingdom in Western Africa. And I heard that the Simonians, who were defeated by Dionia and forced to form an alliance with them, are now very dissatisfied with Dionia and are completely likely to be roped in by us. There are also Sparta, who are afraid of Dionia's strength. You see, Dionia looks strong, but in fact, it has many enemies. We have a good chance of winning. Preta Cuba's words caused the senators to discuss. Hanno, who had been silent, heard the word Southern Iberia and frowned slightly. At this time, he saw the leader of the neutral faction, Esiruba, stand up with a serious face. Everyone, you all know that I don't like war. The war with Syracuse cost me a son, but I want to remind you of one thing. For more than a year, our trade with Sardinia, Carthage has been sharply declining. What is the reason? I'm sure all of you are well aware that the judges we sent to the various cities in Sardinia have investigated and found out that the citizens of these cities have secretly sailed their ships to the Dionic cities of Annona and Poseidonia across the sea to purchase clay pots, olive oil, wine, and even livestock and so on. Although our judges have urged the cities of Sardinia to strengthen their management, they are still unable to do so because the Dionia sells goods at a much lower price than we do. Unlike the city-states of the Campania alliance, Dionia ignored our protests and even imposed restrictions on our merchants within Dionia's borders. For example, Dionia's commerce officials recently punished a few of our merchants in Lochley just because they sold grains at a price higher than the price Dionia set. Tan it above, the price of goods is determined according to the demand of the people. This is the trade principle followed by the merchants of various cities in the Mediterranean Sea. Dionia actually punished our merchants because of this. This is simply unacceptable. Senators, our ancestors of Carthage came here from Tyre and made a living as merchants. They gradually prospered and finally became strong today. Without prosperous trade, there will be no strong Carthage. Trade is our root. I don't care how much land Dionia occupies, but now it is deliberately restricting our trade and trying to dig out our roots. This must arouse our vigilance. We must also make a strong counterattack. We want Dionia to make concessions on trade. Esiruba's speech was deafening and resonated with the senators. Lord Esiruba is right. My family's caravan no longer sells wine to Sardinia because very few people buy it. This is all because of Dionia. It's not enough to make Dionia make concessions on trade. As long as it continues to expand, there will only be fewer and fewer cities for us to trade freely and monopolize the sea routes. In the future, Carthage will have no choice but to submit to Ionia because of the decline of trade. If we want to continue to prosper in trade, we must eliminate the kingdom of Ionia. Yes, we will unite with Rome and wage war against Ionia. We will win back our dominance over the western Mediterranean Sea. Listening to these words in the conference hall, Hanno's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that the continuous expansion of Ionia in recent years was the biggest threat to Carthage's security, but he did not want to start a war at this time. There were two reasons. First, the occupation of the Namibian region was not stable. Second, although Margot was driven to the Iberian Peninsula, he occupied a large area of land there, built several towns, and appointed his own officials. He always disobeyed the orders of the Senate. Hanno had repeatedly tried to strengthen the management of the newly occupied territories in Carthage, but some of the means he took were ultimately unsuccessful, which gave him a headache. If he launched a war against Ionia at this time, it would give the warlike family a chance to return to the Senate of Carthage. After operating in the Senate for more than 10 years, Hanno had complete control over it. Although Predicuba and Esiruba's words had greatly moved the elders in the meeting hall, as long as Hanno did not agree in the end, the elders who were loyal to him would not easily vote in favor of this proposal. This proposal would not be able to reach a final decision due to the number of people supporting it. Hanno stubbornly resisted the pressure and did not express his position for 7 days in a row. Gades, a colony established by the Phoenician powerful Tyre in the southern Iberian Peninsula. It was said that it was discovered hundreds of years ago when a high-ranking official of Tyre encountered a storm while on his way to the Bali Islands. The ship was blown off course, sailed past the Pillars of Hercules, and stopped on a beach. After these lucky survivors expressed their gratitude to the god Melicat, they found that the place where they were located was located at the end of a long and narrow promontory. The environment facing the water on 3 sides made it difficult to attack by land, but easy to enter by sea. It turned out to be an excellent natural harbor, so the colony of Gades was established here. With the discovery of a large number of silver veins, iron, and other metals in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, the trade between the Phoenicians and the kingdom of Tartessus in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula strengthened. They actually controlled the mining and metal or processing industries in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, and Gades became prosperous. It quickly became the main transportation hub for the Phoenicians in the Iberian Peninsula, and it may even be the most prosperous of all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean. A large number of mined, melted, and processed silver from the Iberian Peninsula were continuously sent to Tyre to meet the needs of its suzerain, Assur, and thus to fight for more freedom for the Tyrians. But in the following 100 years, the eastern Mediterranean Sea suffered frequent wars. The hegemony changed, and the mother state of Tyre declined. Carthage then rose and replaced Tyre's position. After 100 years, all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean were brought under his jurisdiction, and Gades was no exception. The silver and other metal castings that were processed in the city of Gades were first transported to Carthage, and Carthage was in charge of all trade matters with the mother state of the eastern Mediterranean. After the Maginid family set foot on the Iberian Peninsula, according to the rules of the Carthage Senate, they were not allowed to interfere in the government affairs of Gades. But after more than 10 years of operation, Gades had been secretly brought under the control of the Maginid family. On this day, a tattered merchant ship sailed in from the port of Gades, and to the surprise of the people in the port, it was a group of Greeks. So, after receiving the news, the Gades City Hall immediately sent a patrol to detain the people on the ship. Only then did they know that the merchant ship came from the kingdom of Ionia. Originally, it was going to the Greek colonial city-state of Sagunto in the northern Iberian Peninsula for trade, but unexpectedly encountered a storm, and the cargo ship was blown near the coast of Gades. The friendly agreement between Carthage and Ionia stipulated that apart from trading with Carthage, the people of Ionia were not allowed to trade directly with other colonial city-states or affiliated city-states of Carthage. Otherwise, they would be punished, but the punishment must be jointly heard by the officials of both sides. If, for some reason, they mistakenly entered Carthage's territory, They could be allowed to leave after understanding the situation, but they were not allowed to stay in the same place. Therefore, after the people of Gadis understood the situation, they urged the merchant ship to leave. But the problem was that the merchant ship was too damaged and had to be repaired before it could set sail again. Therefore, the people of Gadis had to send the ship to the shipyard for repair and put the people of Dionia under house arrest in the hotel. Of course, they had to pay for the ship repair and food. During this period, someone quietly slipped into the room of the owner of the merchant ship, Iones. He claimed to be a Phoenician from Herva, and his owner was a big merchant of Herva. He owned thousands of mining slaves and controlled the mining rights of several silver mines. Every month, he mined several tons of silver, or he could have made more money from this, but Carthage forced him not to sell it. He could only process the mined metal ore and sell it to Carthage, but the profit was much less. Therefore, his owner was very dissatisfied with this and hoped to find a secret sales channel to sell the mountain of silver at a higher price. Iones was a little tempted after hearing this. Once an emancipated slave of the Cunigrata family, he later obtained citizenship and became a merchant with the financial support of Sostatus. And as he was in frequent contact with his benefactor, Sostatus, he knew that the Ministry of Commerce of the Kingdom of Dionia had a concern. Chapter 678. Due to the strength of the country and the prosperity of trade, the currency of Dionia, Hades, was not only popular in the country, but also in the Allied States and the entire Western Mediterranean Sea. Due to its exquisite design and high purity of silver, it had also become a popular commodity. The people of other cities liked to exchange other coins for the Hades silver coins as a collection and would not use them unless it was absolutely necessary. As a result, the silver coins that were circulated could not be fully recovered, and the new silver coins that were reforged with the silver coins of other cities would be damaged. This cycle continued year after year, and the total amount of silver coins circulating in the country decreased. The silver coins of Hades became more valuable, and this worsened the vicious cycle. Therefore, in order to maintain the credibility of the silver coins of Hades and promote the prosperity of trade without lowering its purity, they must have their own source of silver mines. This was why the Ministry of Commerce had been supporting Ennona and Poseidonia to secretly trade with the people of Sardinia. Now, there was a new channel to obtain silver mines in front of Aeones. If he could seize it, what would it mean? Wealth, power. Even Aeones imagined that the king of Dionia would personally receive him and reward him. Therefore, he was tempted, but he still maintained a little caution. Dionia and Carthage have an agreement. We can't trade here, definitely not in Gadis. The people of Carthage here are too strict. But in Herva, my master has considerable influence there. He can quietly avoid interrogations and trade at the uninhabited beach near Herva. This person obviously came prepared. His plan was quite thorough, but after all, it was the first time he had dealt with him. Is he trustworthy? Aeones hesitated again and again. In the end, he could not resist the temptation and decided to take the risk. After Ionis' merchant ship was temporarily repaired, under the warning of the officials in Gadis, he led his crew and smoothly sailed the merchant ship out of Gadis. They first sailed east, and when the Carthaginian patrol ship returned, he made the merchant ship turn around again and sailed a big circle along the coast of the African continent. They went around Lissus and Gadis and arrived near Herva, which was further west. Herva was located near the mouth of the Odir River. Before the rise of Gadis, it was the metal processing center of the Phoenicians in the entire Western Mediterranean. Large amounts of ore from the mines in the interior were transported downstream through the Odir River to Herva. There were hundreds of smelting furnaces in the town, and even the ore from Sardinia was transported here to be smelted. Even after Gadis took over some of the smelting tasks, the metal smelting output of Herva was still very shocking. Aeones saw from afar on the ship that countless pillars of smoke rising into the sky along the coast. Under the guidance of the Herva, who was lurking among the crew, the merchant ship anchored at a remote, deserted beach. But while the Herva went to inform his master, Aeones was nervous and a little uneasy. He thought to himself that if he found out that he had been tricked, he would immediately sail away. It would only be a delay, and he would have already made a loss on this voyage anyway. Unexpectedly, things went very smoothly. After waiting for a long time, the owner of the mine appeared. He brought many slaves and a pack full of silver bricks. After a discussion, the two quickly reached an agreement. Aeones used a ship of Turii wine that he had originally intended to sell at Saganto in exchange for nearly 500 pounds of silver bricks. It was obvious that Aeones had profited, but it was obvious that the mine owner had also given Aeones a sweetener for future transactions. Aeones suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and agreed with the mine owner on the time, place, and goods for the next trade. Only then did he board the merchant ship contentedly and prepare to sail away from the deserted beach amidst the cheers of the crew. At this time, several Carthage patrol ships suddenly appeared and completely surrounded him. Once again, Aeones and his crew were all captured. When the dejected Aeones was escorted onto the patrol ship, he saw that the man who had persuaded him to come to Vila, who had previously tried to curry favor with him, was now sneering at him. Aeones' heart immediately sank to the bottom. This was a conspiracy. Sexy, a Phoenician colony in southern Iberia, was located east of the Pillars of Hercules and near the city of Malacca. It was the residence of the governor of Iberia appointed by Carthage, and the governor was the patriarch of the Maganid family, Mago. A few years ago, he had moved most of the family members, including his daughter, Dido, and supplies here. Sexy had actually become the private territory of the Maganid family. The waters near the city were rich in mackerel and one of the main producers of Phoenician fish sauce. In the study of the governor's mansion, the main members of the Maganid family were having an important gathering. Sitting in the middle was the patriarch of the Maganid family, Carthage's governor of Iberia, Mago. This old man, who was almost 55 years old, had white hair and beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. It was a series of setbacks that had been carved on his face over the years, including the fiasco of the attack on Syracuse, his brother's suicide, repeated defeats under the attacks of Dionysius, the loss of the Maganid family's dominant position in the Senate, and so on. Only when he came to Iberia, with great power in his hands and no one holding him back, did he recover his former lofty aspirations, and his authority grew with each passing day. On his right was his brother Hamilco's eldest son, Hasdrubal. After more than 10 years of tempering, this young general, who only knew how to charge and attack, had become somewhat steady and reserved. Only his pair of slightly fierce eyes were filled with heroism. On his left was Hamilco's second son, Hacker. Before coming to the Iberian Peninsula, he was still a thin and childish youth. Now he was almost 30 years old. His figure was slender, and his physique could also be considered strong. Only his face was a bit pale, and there was a bit of exhaustion between his brows. He had already become Mago's most indispensable arm. Nowadays, he was mainly in charge of the internal affairs of the Iberian territory, and the stability of the Maganid family's rule here could not go unnoticed because of him. Sitting next to Mago was a member of the distant branch of the Maganid family. In the process of expanding the territory and fighting with the indigenous people, he stood out and was highly regarded by Mago. He was careful in his thinking and steady in the use of troops. The indigenous people had raided the rear of the territory several times, but they were all seen through by him and eventually repelled, ensuring the safety of the Iberian territory. Uncle, there's news from Huelva. What we planned has been successful. The greedy Dionia merchant and his merchant ship full of silver bricks have all been captured. Next, should we send them to Carthage? The wooden chair Hacker was sitting on was specially made. The back of the chair was tilted back, so he could lie down and talk. As soon as he spoke, the exhaustion on his face disappeared, and his eyes shone. A smile finally appeared on Mago's serious face. His eyes shone with the excitement that he had been waiting for a long time. He said in a deep voice, "Let's follow your plan. At the same time, inform Preta Cuba and let him spread the news. Let everyone in Carthage know that Dionia is not only eyeing our silver mine, but has also begun to take action. Will that old man really give in and support Rome to fight against Dionia?" Hasdrubal did not have much confidence in the Senate of Carthage, so he asked with uncertainty, "Brother, right now, Carthage is full of dissatisfaction with Dionia. Be it the people or most of the senators, they all want to teach Dionia a lesson, but Hanno has not made a decision yet." Hacker laughed coldly. It's just his pitiful pride as the person with the highest authority in Carthage. This matter will be like pouring oil on a burning stove. If he dares to delay, then his Sophie's time will come to an end. I hope that old man continues to obstruct the passing of the Senate. I want him to taste the pain of being kicked out of office by the people. Hasdrubal said, taking pleasure in Hacker's misfortune. Don't underestimate Hanno. He will not easily give up the leadership of the Senate of Carthage. We need to continue to be vigilant and pay attention to the development of the situation in Carthage. Margot reminded. He knew how powerful Hanno was. Otherwise, he would not have reluctantly chosen to leave Carthage and go to Iberia. Once Dionia and Carthage go to war, Uncle, when should we send out our troops? Hasdrubal looked at Margot with an eager expression. I think it's best if we send out our troops when Carthage's army is defeated and the people remember an appeal to the Maginid clan. The Senate pleads for us to send out our troops. Hacker suggested. Hacker's words lifted the spirits of the other three. The Maginid clan had been preparing for this operation for a long time. Their goal was to restore the clan's glory and regain control of the Senate. What if Dionia retreats because Rome is supported by Carthage? Kisego asked cautiously. Margot and Hasdrubal were stunned, but Hacker said with certainty, Dionia will not retreat. The king of Dionia has always claimed that he is a man who keeps his promises, and he has done so since the establishment of Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia and its allies have always trusted him. If he chooses to retreat this time and allows Rome to annex his ally, Wolsey, not only will it disappoint the allies of Dionia, it will also cause the people of Dionia to lose their trust in him. The king of Dionia is a wise man. He will never make such a mistake. Margot nodded and sighed. Although the king of Dionia is young, he has had to fight many powerful enemies in order to fulfill his promise. He actually won in the end. How admirable. Chapter 679. But this time, it will be difficult for him to win again, because we are participating in the war. Hasdrubal said, unconvinced. Once Dionia starts a war with Carthage, what if Carthage's army wins consecutive victories? What should we do then? Kisco asked cautiously again. With the Carthage army that Hanno fostered? Hasdrubal said with a look of disdain. They only know how to bully the weak Namibians. Even if the Dionia were to encounter a drought, it is likely that they will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. But a lion is a lion after all. It is not something that wild dogs can deal with. In the end, they still have to rely on us. Hasdrubal held his head high, full of confidence. If Margot was still in Carthage in the past, he would be the first to actively request to lead the army into battle when an enemy infringed on Carthage's interests. But after staying in the Iberian Peninsula for so many years, his temperament had changed greatly. He nodded without hesitation. Let's do it. Then he looked around at the three of them and solemnly said, Hacker, from now on, you have to stock up on grains, forge more weapons and equipment, and carefully prepare everything for the expedition. Yes, Uncle. Hasdrubal, you have to speed up the recruitment of soldiers and train the army. Don't worry, Uncle. Leave it to me. Kisco, hurry up and contact the Celtic tribes in the north of Iberia, sign a peace agreement with them, and hire their warriors to fight for us. Also, send envoys to our ally in the south, the Kingdom of Mauritania, and strive to get them to send reinforcements to fight with us. Yes, Lord Governor. After the meeting, Margot returned to the backyard, the excitement in his heart still lingering in his chest. He said to the servant, Pour me a glass of wine. A moment later, it was his daughter, Dido, who brought the wine. Already 21 years old, Dido was unusually beautiful, like a fruit that was about to ripen, but she was still unmarried. She asked softly, Father, have you made a decision? Brother Mara knew what she was asking about. Because of Dido's intelligence, Brother Mara did not avoid her when it came to important government affairs. Sometimes he even asked her for advice, Yes, it has been decided. I believe that in less than half a year, we will be able to return to Carthage amidst the cheers of the people. At that time, your marriage will also be settled. Since Dido was his only child, Margot gave her some autonomy in her marriage, and his daughter had very high standards. In addition, the Iberian region was indeed relatively backward, and there were no outstanding people, so his daughter's marriage became a worry for him. Dido didn't reply to him, instead frowning and sighing. We're doing quite well in Iberia. Why must we return to Carthage? Carthage is our root. Margot said seriously. Our ancestors went through a lot of hardships to build that city. How can we abandon it so easily? Besides, if Carthage declines, our days in Iberia won't be any better. So no matter what, we have to protect Carthage's prosperity. But the kingdom of Ionia is not so easy to deal with. It is much stronger than Syracuse in the past. I'm afraid that if we anger it, it will eventually bring us disaster. There was a lot of worry between Dido's eyebrows. Ionia is strong, but our Carthage is also strong. What's more, now is the best time to attack Ionia, so you can rest assured. Besides, war is a man's business, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you have free time, go and help Hacker. He will be the busiest in the next period of time, and he needs someone to help him with some tasks. Otherwise, I'm afraid his body won't be able to hold on. As Margot said this, he raised his glass and sipped the wine. Obviously, he didn't want to listen to Dido's persuasion anymore. Okay, Dido sighed faintly. 2 days later, Ionis and his crew were escorted into the city of Carthage. Almost all the citizens of Carthage who received the news in advance were mobilized. When they saw the carts of stolen goods, silver bricks, following closely behind these criminals, the citizens of Carthage were enraged. About half of the citizens of Carthage were merchants or engaged in business-related occupations. For the past 2 years, the people of Ionia had used tricks to break the commercial monopoly of Carthage in Sardinia, and the expulsion of Carthage merchants in Ionia some time ago had already made them resentful. Now that they saw everything in front of them, their anger could be imagined. Damn thieves! Despicable and shameless people of Ionia. How dare they steal the wealth of our Carthage? We can't let them off so easily. Execute them. Execute these thieves who try to steal our wealth. Let the people of Ionia know the power of our Carthage. Curses filled with hatred resounded throughout the city. Ionis and his crew were like small trees in the wind, trembling in fear. Under the wave of protests and curses against Ionia, Cuba and a few other senators proposed in the Senate to hold a public trial for these criminals of Ionia. This time, Heno did not go against the trend to stop it, and the proposal was passed. Soon, the court of 100 people set up their formation in the square. Ionis plucked up his courage and applied for the court to arrange for officials of Ionia to be present to hear his case in accordance with the agreement signed between Ionia and Carthage. However, he was rejected. Next, the mine owner who sold him the silver bullion became the plaintiff, accusing Ionis of colluding with his own miners and slave leaders to sell the silver bullion privately. Another Carthage slave with a wretched figure whom Ionis had never seen before became a witness. He regretted how he was bribed by the people of Ionia with a large sum of money and betrayed his master. Furthermore, this was not the first time such a transaction had taken place. The captain of the patrol ship in Vilva and his sailors unanimously identified that they had found the silver bullion on Ionis' merchant ship and witnessed the transaction with their own eyes. The evidence was so clear that the matter was clear at a glance. This Ionia merchant deliberately violated the agreement between the two parties and repeatedly stole and sold the silver bullion, an important resource of Carthage. In Carthage, the people shouted in unison, "Execute this man of Ionia!" Amidst the roars of anger, Ionis was sentenced to death along with his crew during the entire trial, without even a chance to defend himself. Ionis and his crew were pale as they were pushed to the execution ground by the soldiers of Carthage in a daze. Although it was called the execution ground, it was actually the temple of Baal-Harmon, the protector of Carthage. Baal-Hamon was a god revered by the Phoenicians. He controlled fire, and was also known as the Lord of the Furnace. It was no wonder that the Carthaginians, who relied on metal processing and smelting as their main industry, would worship him. They would also sacrifice living people, mainly children, to him during certain celebrations or special occasions in order to obtain his protection. This time, sending the people of Dionia to Mount Bursa to be sacrificed was the idea of Protocuba and the other elders. They believed that if the proposal to support Rome was passed, Balharman would curse the enemy and give him the greatest protection in the upcoming war with Dionia. When Ionis and his crew were escorted to the huge bronze statue of Balharman, they saw a huge pit filled with flames at the bottom of the bronze statue. Standing at the edge of the pit, the hot air that blew against their faces seemed to be able to singe their hair. "Push them down! Push them down!" The people of Carthage, who followed them, shouted in a frenzy. "The people of Carthage want to burn us to death." Amidst the sorrowful cries of his crew, Ionis recovered from his stupor. He bitterly regretted his greed and hated the shamelessness and cruelty of the people of Carthage even more. In a situation where death was inevitable, he glared at the people of Carthage and roared in a stern voice, "Despicable and shameless people of Carthage! In the name of the Hades, I, Ionis, hereby curse all of you. One day, your homes and your cities will be burned to ashes by this raging fire." After Ionis finished cursing, he loudly chanted the hymn of the Hades. The crew, who were originally terrified, gradually calmed down when they heard his voice. They also chanted loudly, "Just and strict Lord of the underworld, I fearlessly accept death. I come to your temple full of hope." The people of Carthage became even more furious. When the priest finished his prayers, they could not wait to push the people of Dionia into the pit of fire. They watched as the criminals became flaming men, dancing and screaming in the pit of fire. The people of Carthage cheered excitedly. However, although the hymn of the Hades was weak, it still continued. "Under your cross, all sins will have nowhere to hide." When the news that Legio III defeated Chiutini reached Turiae, it really surprised the Devers. His initial hope was that Legio III could teach the Chiutini a lesson and deter the few disobedient tribes of Samni. However, he did not expect to achieve such a great result. He had to reconsider whether to change the strategy against the Samni. A day later, he once again convened a meeting of the heads of departments, including the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, in the palace. The Chiutini violated the covenant and invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance without authorization. They must be severely punished. We accept Chiutini's negotiation and release the captured soldiers on the condition that in order to prevent Chiutini from attacking the territory of the Campanians, the allies of Dionia, in the future, Chiutini must hand over the 3 towns of Capua, Laura, and Sassella to Dionia. Segavani must be judged by the Campanians, and the leader of Chiutini must be re-elected and must be recognized by Dionia. Chapter 680. The Devers' words shocked everyone present. They did not expect the king to have such a huge appetite. Compared to the lenient policy he adopted for the Samni people after their defeat more than a decade ago, the request this time was much harsher. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Cautini people will not agree to your request," Cornelis reminded. "Negotiation is negotiation. We will propose some difficult conditions, and according to Cautini's response, we will gradually reduce them until both parties are satisfied. However, the bottom line is that Lola must be controlled by us, and the position of Cautini's great leader must be re-elected. We cannot allow a person who has violated the covenant multiple times and hates Dionia to remain in this position." The Devers said firmly, "Your Majesty, with Cautini's current strength, it will not be difficult to achieve this condition," the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos said confidently. "However, the crushing defeat of the Cautini people and our next request will probably raise the vigilance of the other Samni races. They have been dissatisfied with us before, and I'm afraid that there will be new trouble this time," Lucius reminded worriedly. "I agree with the decision made by your Majesty. Even without this incident, the Samni people's dissatisfaction with us The people of Dionia has always existed. As far as I know, the Salmoni people have always regarded the crushing defeat to Dionia and submission to us as a humiliation, and have always held a grudge against us. We will seize every opportunity to weaken them, so that even if the Salmoni people hate us, they will not have the strength to retaliate against us. Antares said loudly. Lucius glanced at Antares with slight dissatisfaction. This newly promoted rotating chairman had been very active recently, and it seemed like he was catching up from behind. The Devers, on the other hand, gave him a look of approval. He felt that it was the right decision to choose Antares as the rotating president. Compared to Kinagrada, Antares' ability to handle internal affairs was not weak, and he was proactive. More importantly, he took the initiative to cooperate with the Devers, so that some of the Devers' decisions and proposals could be implemented through the Senate more smoothly. This was better than the dead Kinagarada. Your Majesty, the condition you proposed is really great. The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, was not blindly praising. From the perspective of military strategy, he said sincerely, if we can get Lola and Sassala, then we can connect with the Kautini town of Nazera, which is friendly with us in the south of Campania, and the Abenelum region of the Hilpini tribe that is close to us. At the same time, with the support of our ally, the Campania alliance nearby, and our territories of Annona, Poseidonia, and Copsa not far to the south, we can completely seal the Salmoni people in the mountains and restrict their invasion and expansion. The Devers were happy that Helos could see through their intentions. He coughed and further reminded, not only do we have to restrict the Salmoni people, but we also have to further accelerate the conquest and assimilation of them. The Salmoni people trapped in the mountains, because of the barren land and lack of food, will either come out to rob or trade with us, which will give us more opportunities. In addition, we have to strengthen the military forces in the Downey region to prevent the angry Salmoni people from advancing eastward and raiding our newly conquered territory. Oh yes, how is the preparation of the 11th Legion? With the strong support of Sir Antonio's, our military camp near Lyciria has not only been built, but we have also conducted several rounds of military training. After listening to Helo's report, the Devers tapped his hand on the back of the chair. It seemed that Antonio's had gotten over the influence of Laodigian's case. In the past 2 years, not only had he stabilized the situation in Lyciria, the central town of Downey, but he had also actively cooperated with the Ministry of Military Affairs. He pondered for a moment and said, now the candidate for the commander of the 11th Legion has not been confirmed. The Ministry of Military Affairs wants to warn the military trainers in the Downey barracks to pay attention to strengthening the security of the Western Mountains to prevent the Salmoni people from attacking. Once there is a real enemy situation, Antonio's can temporarily command the 11th Legion. At the same time, you have to tell Melisande that he is the commander of the 10th Legion in the Pachetti region. Once there is an abnormal military situation, immediately rush to the Downey region. Yes, Your Majesty. After getting a clear answer from Helos, the Devers turned to look at Ansitanos again. How was the roping in of the Frentani going? The Fiorentani lived in the low-lying mountains north of the Donny region, close to the Adriatic coast. Although they claimed to be a branch of the Samni, they were not very aggressive and their numbers were not very large. Although the Salmoni people did not recognize this race, they rarely invaded them. Of course, this might also have something to do with their land being too barren. Ever since the Frentani signed a friendly agreement with us, they are no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. They know that we, the Dionia, have always kept our promises. While Ansitanos was speaking, Minister of Commerce Marigi interrupted, Your Majesty, the market we have set up at the Typhurnus River, the boundary river between Frentani and Downey, is very lively now. Every day, there are Frentani tribes of all sizes bringing mountain products, ores, to exchange for grain, olive oil, pottery, and other goods. They are not as cautious and barbaric as the Salmoni people used to trade with us. The Devers nodded and suddenly remembered something. He asked Helos, I remember that a few months ago, the Frentani people once asked us if we could send a fleet to patrol their coast to drive away the ferocious pirates. How is it going? Your Majesty, The Fourth Fleet has specially sent a few warships to patrol the coast for them. There have been several battles with pirates who attempted to go ashore to rob them. For this reason, Miltias, this is the naval commander of the Fourth Fleet, wrote a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, requesting to increase the number of warships. Helos replied, "I remember this. 2 months ago, I approved a document from the Ministry of Military Affairs, adding 5 three-oared warships to the Fourth Fleet." The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and muttered, "The Frentani people are now far more dependent on us than they are on the Salmoni people. If we really have a war with the Salmoni people in the future, I believe that the Frentani people will eventually stand on our side." After saying that, the Devers changed the topic. "All right, everyone. Although the negotiations with the Salmoni people have not yet begun, we still have to make preparations in advance. Once we really obtain the 3 cities of Lola, Sicila, and Capsa, we can move people there as soon as possible, quickly occupying and stabilizing the eastern part of the Campania plains." The Minister of Household Registration, Raphias, immediately reminded, "Your Majesty, in the past few years, the registered probationary citizens and freedmen have been successively assigned to the Apulia region. The Apulia region includes Mashapi, Pacetti, and Downey. Now, there's a lot of empty land in the Downey region, but there is not enough new population to fill it, so it has to be designated as public land for the kingdom. Unless the freedmen who have just moved to Dionia are sent to Campania." The Devers frowned. In the early days of Dionia's development, they had to adopt such an extreme method due to the urgency of the situation. But now, they no longer wanted to use such a method to lower the quality of the entire people and increase the difficulty of governance. At this time, Vesper interrupted, "Your Majesty, there is enough new population in the kingdom. They can move to Campania." Raphias looked at him in surprise. "Where are these people you mentioned?" The Devers reacted, "You mean the children in the tribes? Over the years, except for the old, the sick, and the disabled, the young and the strong of the tribes have gradually become independent. If it were not for the slaves, it would be difficult for those tribes to even graze." Vespa lamented the decline of the tribes in Lucania, but he also knew that this was the general trend. After more than 10 years, most of the children in the tribes have now become adults. Their desire for independence, to establish a family, and to own a piece of land is stronger than the tribal warriors in the past. Moreover, most of them are reserve soldiers of Legio III. After settling in Campania, they can directly become the main force to stabilize that area and defend against the Simonians. The Devers were overjoyed. In this way, not only would the population problem of moving to Campania be solved, but the problem of the remaining tribes would also be solved. As the king, he considered more and turned to look at Sidorum. The situation that Vespa mentioned should also exist in the tribes of Brudi, right? "Yes, Your Majesty, but it should not be as many as in Lucania." Sidorum pondered and replied, "During the Southern Italian War, there was a rebellion in the Brudi region. In the end, many tribes were completely dismantled and destroyed. Then I'll have a trouble the 2 sirs to go to Lucania and Brudi, respectively, to count the young people of the tribes who are willing to settle in Campania, and finally report to Raphias. Once the negotiations with Caltini are completed, arrange for them to go immediately." When the Devers finished speaking, they were also relieved. At first, the tribes of Lucania and Brudi were kept because Dionia was not strong enough, so they compromised. Later, when they conquered Massapi and Pacetti, they were much more brutal. From the beginning, they completely broke up the tribes. Although it caused more turmoil, it also made these 2 areas completely free of tribal problems. Now, the Devers saw the hope of completely solving the tribes of Lucania and Brudi. "Your Majesty, should Legio III wait until the negotiations with the Simonians are over before leaving?" Helos asked. Chapter 681. The Devers said, "The Campanians are not in a hurry to urge Legio III to leave. They even hope that Legio III can stay for a while longer to prevent the Samoni's subsequent retaliation. So, we don't have to worry. Anyway, they will supply the military food. We will wait until the negotiations are over and our citizens have settled in the new territory before leaving." But this way, the defense of Lucania municipality will be empty. If the Salmoni risk an attack, even with the Abenelum blocking the front, I'm still worried about the safety of Capsa and Potentia. Your Majesty, now that there is a shortage of food in the country, and it is impossible to mobilize the legions from other areas to garrison, can you send a senior team officer to Lucania municipality to organize the reserve soldiers in the area and coastal towns and take precautions in advance? Helos continued to suggest. In the military system of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Legio III's jurisdiction was the largest in terms of the number of soldiers and the range of training required for the legions. Not only did it include Lucania municipality, but it also included a part of southern Campania and some coastal towns. The young citizens of Elia, Poseidonia, and Annona also had to receive training from Legio III and be conscripted during wartime. The Devers agreed with Helos' caution and said, "Yes, the Ministry of Military Affairs will decide on the candidate to be sent to Lucania. Your Majesty, I recommend Xanaparis to carry out the task of forming a new legion in Lucania." Helos had already considered the candidate. Xanaparis? The Devers looked to Helos. Xanaparis has been in the Legion and the Ministry of Military Affairs for many years. Not only is he rich in combat experience, but he is also familiar with military affairs. Now that he is idle at home, he is the best candidate to build and command the Legion, Helos said frankly. It seemed that Helos did not just recommend Xanaparis because of their past friendship. After listening to the explanation, the Devers also felt that this candidate was quite suitable. They breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How is his health?" "He works out every day, so he's quite healthy," Helos replied. As a matter of fact, with the daily reports from the intelligence department, Devers had a good understanding of Xanaparis' physical condition. He only asked this question to let the others in the room know, in case they objected. "Then let's choose him." Devers immediately made a decision. Xanaparis' removal from his position as a prosecutor in the Ministry of Military Affairs could be considered a form of compensation. "Yes, Your Majesty. Next, let's talk about Rome." The Devers looked around and said in a serious tone, "The cunning Rome used the excuse of waiting for their 2 military officials to return before discussing our request. But in fact, they're stepping up their attack on the Volsci town of Saturnicum. At the same time, they also sent more troops to sneak attack the Volsci coastal town of Anium, attacking the Volsci hinterland. Our messengers protested to the Rome, but once again, they were perfunctorily ignored by the Rome Senate. The dignity of the Kingdom of Dionia will not allow the Rome to make a fool out of us, and the Volsci who are in danger will continue to receive our help. My lords, under such circumstances, what should the Dionia do? Of course we should fulfill our alliance with the Volsci, send reinforcements to repel the Rome, and take back the Volsci's lost territory." Antares said loudly. Cornelis and Lucius looked at each other, and Cornelis did not hesitate this time. "Your Majesty, we cannot let the Volsci be conquered by Rome. Otherwise, the reputation of the Dionia in central Italy will be severely damaged. We must send troops. But can the Volsci guarantee the food supply for the troops we send? I have asked the Volsci messenger, and he promised that he can guarantee at least 2 months of food supply for one of our legions. In addition, they can also seek food aid from their neighbors, the enemies of Rome, the Hernici. Therefore, we do not have to worry about food supply for the time being." The Devers' answer stopped Cornelis' doubts. "Your Majesty, can we only send 1 legion?" Mercies asked. With foreign countries providing food for free, he could not wait to send all his legions to relieve the pressure on the food supply in the empire. The Volsci is only a small force in the Latin region of central Italy. They have already done their best to guarantee a few months of food supply for a legion of more than 9,000 people. The Devers' answer disappointed Mercies slightly. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, Rome is not like Cotini. This city-state is very powerful. I am afraid that it will be difficult to defeat the Rome's army with just 1 legion." Helos was a little worried. Due to the Devers' influence, he had a better understanding of the situation in Rome. The Devers smiled. "Although the military strength of 1 legion is a little small, we have the powerful Volsci as our ally. In addition, the Volsci are also preparing to join forces with the Hernici, Marsi, and Aquis to fight against Rome. Therefore, although we only have one legion, we are not fighting alone. Moreover, we only need to defeat the Rome, not annihilate them. Therefore, I feel that one legion is enough for the time being. At this point, the Devers asked, Helos, which legion do you think is more suitable to send? Helos thought about it seriously and said, Your Majesty, the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, and 5th Legion participated in the Downey War. The 8th Legion also started a war against the Psyche in Sicily, and Legio III just finished fighting against the Cautini. Logically, this time, it should be the 1st Legion, Legio VI, and 7th Legion. The 9th and 10th Legions have not been established for long and have not participated in any major battles. They lack combat experience and do not have the ability to fight on their own. I think it is best to send the 1st Legion. Legion Commander Amyntas is experienced, and the 1st Legion is the strongest. Sending him to the Latin region shows how much we value the Volsci. After listening to Helos, the Devers were a little hesitant. After more than a decade, the senior generals were either promoted to the Ministry of Military Affairs, such as Helos, Capys, Felicius, Hieronymus, etc., or they were promoted to higher-ranking commanders, such as Alexis and the former Antonios. Some were transferred to local government affairs, such as Epitones, Agathia, and Adrianx. There were also some who were too old or tired of fighting and did nothing at home, such as Xanaparis and Alpines. Only Amyntas insisted on being the legion commander and did not want to leave, just like Dracos in the past. Divers believe that Dracos was indeed very experienced and brave in battle. The 1st Legion he led also had astonishing combat power and was an incomparably sharp knife. However, Amyntas was impatient and did things carelessly. He was worried about leading an army to fight alone, especially far away from Dionia, and fighting against an excellent general like Camillus in Rome. However, the Devers could not say this reason out loud. After all, Amyntas was a veteran general and a Senate senator. He was quite famous, so he said, I remember that the legion commander of Legio VI is Troturus. During the decisive battle against the Mapu alliance, the outstanding performance of the Legio VI under his command left a deep impression on me. This is the first time we're going to help the Volsci. There is no need to send our strongest legion. It is not good to be too enthusiastic. Helos understood the meaning behind the Devers' words. He hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, if we send Legio VI, Lord Amyntas will probably have an opinion if he finds out. The Devers comforted him. If Amyntas has an opinion, you can ask him to come to me. Helos could not say anything else, so he decided to send Legio VI to fight against the Volsci. At this time, Lucius reminded him with a little worry, Your Majesty, if we go to war with Rome, I am afraid that Carthage will have an opinion. This was indeed a problem that needed to be considered. The Devers even knew through the intelligence department that the Carthage Senate had even discussed this matter for several days. However, he did not hesitate to say, We are protecting our allies and helping them fight against a strong enemy. This is a legitimate action that cannot be criticized. If we have to consider what Carthage will think about everything, it will not only restrict our hands and feet, but also make the people think that we are too weak. This will damage the prestige of the southern overlord. Your Majesty is right. The relationship between Carthage and us in the past 2 years is not very good. Through this action, we can test Carthage's attitude towards us, Sidorum responded. The Devers nodded and said to Helos, Inform the commander of the 8th Legion, Prososus, to be vigilant, strengthen the defense, and always pay attention to the movement of Carthage in the west of Sicily. At this time, the palace herald, Aristyras, hurried over and knocked on the door of the office. After getting the permission of the Devers, he walked into the room and handed the papyrus scroll in his hand to the Devers. After reading it, the Devers' face became a little ugly. Facing the curious eyes of the crowd, he said in a deep voice, Carthage has responded. They killed our merchants and crew without our permission. In the afternoon, after the Devers received the news, The envoy of Carthage rushed to Turii. This time, it was not the old acquaintance of Dionia, Acron, who came, but Predicuba. At the urgent meeting of the Dionia Senate at his request, the leader of the Magonid faction in the Senate of Carthage faced the angry and puzzled gazes of hundreds of Dionia senators and said loudly with a face full of indignation, "People of Dionia, since we, Carthage, signed a friendly agreement with you more than 10 years ago, we have always been very friendly to you. When you were struggling to resist the army of Syracuse, Carthage selflessly provided you with a lot of resources. When you occupied the territory of Syracuse in Sicily, the situation was very turbulent. It was Carthage who took the initiative to divide the areas under their jurisdiction with you, helping you to stabilize the situation in Sicily. These years, the prosperity of trade in Dionia should be attributed to the merchants of Carthage. But you." Chapter 682. Predicuba emphasized his tone and snapped. "You have used all kinds of means to attack the merchants of Carthage and restrict them from trading within Dionia. You have also violated the agreement and used tricks to secretly trade with Sardinia. What angers us even more is that you have even coveted our silver mines and repeatedly sent people to the Iberian Peninsula to secretly buy the silver that we were preparing to sell to Tyre. The people of Carthage are angry at the despicable actions of the people of Dionia against Carthage and strongly demand that our Senate retaliate. But based on the long-standing friendship between the two countries, the Senate sent me to protest to you and ask that you ensure that the following points can continue to be maintained." Predicuba's words caused the entire Senate to boil over. The senators, who had been accustomed to the respectful attitude of visiting foreign envoys for more than a decade, were shocked by the arrogant attitude of the people of Carthage and were even angrier. The angry rebukes and curses of the senators of Dionia immediately filled the entire venue. Predicuba was not afraid at all. He turned around and faced the man at the back of the center of the venue. Although it was his first time coming to Turii, he knew who the real decision-maker of the kingdom was. After receiving the information from Aristyras in the morning, the Devers were already mentally prepared, but they did not expect the envoy of Carthage to come so quickly. At this moment, he looked calm and said slowly, "Tell me, what is Carthage's request?" As soon as he said this, the venue became much quieter. Predicuba was surprised by the degree to which the Devers controlled the Senate. At the same time, the Devers' face was neither angry nor happy, which gave him a sense of inscrutability. He calmed himself down and said loudly again, "Carthage's request is, first, compensate the several Carthage merchants who were punished in Dionia and allow the Carthage merchants to sell grain in Dionia without any price restrictions. Secondly, stop at once any trade with Sardinia from your towns on the western coast and never sell anything to it. Thirdly, Dionia shall completely open its domestic market to Carthage and allow Carthage merchants to trade freely in Dionia without any interference. Fourthly, no vessel of Dionia shall pass through the waters south of the line of Malta, Saurus, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands. Fifth, do not interfere with any actions of Carthage's ally, Rome, and stop opposing it." After Predicuba said this, the hall became silent. The Devers loosened his grip on the armrest of the wooden chair and looked at the senators whose eyes were burning with anger. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Senators of Dionia, the elites of the kingdom, can we accept Carthage's rude request?" "No!" Angry shouts erupted in the hall, almost tearing the roof off. The guards outside the hall were also startled by the commotion. They looked at each other, trying to guess what was going on inside. At this moment, a soldier suddenly pointed at the square in front of him and said excitedly, "Quick! Look! Look! Rain! It's rain!" Due to the 8 months of drought, the ground of the Victory Square had become dry and cracked. Now, black spots appeared, and the number of black spots increased rapidly. The tourists who were queuing up in front of the fountain to draw water put down the clay pots in their hands and stretched their hands to the sky. Their expressions of disbelief turned into ecstasy. "It's raining! It's finally raining! Thank you, Hades, for bringing us rain." Just when they were in ecstasy, the sound of rolling thunder resounded in the sky. The originally disgusting sunny sky suddenly darkened, and a strong wind suddenly blew. The originally sparse raindrops quickly became denser, and in a moment, it became a heavy downpour. When the guard captain rushed into the hall, the Devers suddenly stood up from their wooden chairs, looking down at the Carthage envoy in front of them, and said word by word, "This is the answer of the Senate of Dionia." Cuba had already expected such a response from Dionia. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "In this case, Carthage can only cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia. And I want to remind you that Rome is an ally of Carthage. If you go to war with Rome, Carthage will definitely support Rome according to the agreement." The Devers frowned and was about to respond. The guard captain's excited voice rang in the hall. "Your Majesty, my lords, it's raining. It's raining in Turis." These senators, who had always been steady and wise in front of the people, could not hide the excitement in their hearts when they heard this. They completely ignored the important meeting that was being held and immediately ran out of the hall. Although it was still afternoon, the sky in Turis had already darkened. Even though there were eaves blocking the main entrance of the hall, the strong wind still sent large amounts of rain in, completely drenching the entire steps and platform. The thin bolton on the senators' bodies was soon drenched by the rain mixed with the strong wind, but the senators did not feel it at all. They cheered and jumped with joy like the people, and some like Amintas and Matones even rushed into the curtain of rain, enjoying the washing of the rain. Just when the senators were in ecstasy, an excited voice rang in their ears. "This is a divine omen, the omen of Hades." When Syracuse invaded Dionia, Hades resurrected the fountain of Turis, and we defeated the powerful Syracuse. Today, in the face of the threat of Carthage, Pluto has once again sent us the rain that we desperately need. With his blessing, we have nothing to fear. Plazinas raised his arms and shouted. His words excited the senators. Even Cornelius, Lysias, and the others, who were worried about a war with Carthage, gained a lot of confidence. Cuba did not think much of it. At this moment, the voice of the Devers rang in his ears. "In fact, I am very happy that Carthage has canceled the friendly agreement with us, and I welcome you to launch a war against Dionia, so that we can have the opportunity to avenge those Dionia sailors and merchants who were cruelly burned to death by your flames." Cuba turned his head to look at the serious-looking Devers and said proudly with confidence, "Carthage is not someone that Dionia can defeat now." A sneer appeared on the Devers' face. Just by relying on the Carthage citizen soldiers who have been tortured by the Namibian riots? Or is it the mercenaries of the almost independent kingdom of Iberia that your master Margot has occupied that give you confidence? Cuba's face darkened. The people of Dionia actually know so much about the inside story of Carthage. After the excitement of the rain, the senators returned to the venue. Then they would face the possible threat of war from Carthage. But none of the senators regretted at this time that they had rejected the proposal of the envoy of Carthage too firmly before. The senators who could sit in this position were not fools. From the harsh conditions put forward by the envoy of Carthage, they had deeply felt the hostility of Carthage towards Dionia. As one of the most powerful countries in the Western Mediterranean, it was impossible for Dionia to accept these humiliating conditions of peace negotiations and restrict its own development, let alone stop rescuing the Wolsey people for fear of Carthage's declaration of war. With the possibility of a major war coming, this approach would only make the many Italian indigenous forces that could become the arms of Dionia leave Dionia. Since the matter of aiding Wolsey could not be cancelled, and it was imminent, if what the envoy of Carthage said just now was the intention of the Senate of Carthage, and not just a threat, a war with Carthage would soon come. Therefore, the senators began to discuss with the king of the Devers on how to take precautions for war. The first problem to be solved was the food problem. As long as the food supply was guaranteed, the kingdom of Dionia could gather enough soldiers to deal with any enemy invasion. Therefore, the Minister of Agriculture, Bucos, was asked to continue to observe the weather in the next few days. If there was continuous rain in all parts of southern Italy, then the Ministry of Agriculture should take action and let the people of Dionia plant some crops that were about to ripen to reduce the pressure on food, and, at the same time, make careful preparations for the next spring plowing. At the same time, the senators also requested that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should send an envoy to Egypt and do their best to establish friendly relations with the Egyptian pharaoh, hoping to receive food aid from this country that had the reputation of the largest granary of the Mediterranean. In addition, they also suggested that the king of the Devers postpone the negotiations with Kaltini to avoid being too forceful and forcing the Samnite people to side with Carthage in the upcoming war. They also suggested that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should try to send envoys to the various forces in the Western Mediterranean to try to get them to side with Dionia in the war. The Greek city-states that were friendly with Dionia on Sicily in the south, such as Gela, Agrigento, Tyndaris, and so on, were the first targets that the envoys of Dionia had to visit. It was necessary to ensure that before the arrival of Carthage's army, they would stand firmly with Dionia and provide a certain amount of food supplies to the Dionysian army to reduce the logistical pressure of the Dionysian army. Although Syracuse had been greatly weakened due to the continuous civil strife over the past decade, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was still the largest Greek city-state on Sicily, excluding the Sicilian cities of Dionia. Even though it had been at odds with Dionia for the past few years and had little contact with them, the senators still hoped that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would send envoys to try to rope in Syracuse as much as possible, or at least make it remain neutral. Chapter 683. Further south, Cyrenaica, on the land of Libya, was also a target of Dionia. If Dionia could establish an alliance with it, then it would divert Carthage's attention in the east of the continent of Africa. In the north of Dionia, to ease the tense relationship with the Samnite, strengthen the military defense with the Campanian alliance, strengthen the friendly relations with Vrintani, and strengthen the friendly exchanges with Abenolam and Assyria. This was to prevent the Samnite, which was an unstable factor, and to protect the northern border of the kingdom of Dionia. Further north, in the center of Italy, in addition to Wolsey, Dionia would also send envoys to win over the Aqui, the Marsi, the Sabines, and many other races and forces that had conflicts with Rome to unite against Rome. This would make up for the shortage of troops that Dionia could not send out due to the drought, and, at the same time, it would also prepare for Dionia to enter the center of Italy in the future. The senators also did not forget the north of Italy. There were two archenemies of Rome, the Etruscans who were being conquered and the Celts who had previously suffered a crushing defeat. They asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to also send envoys to these areas, especially the northern part of Etrusca, hoping that they could unite with the kingdom and attack Rome from the north, so that both sides could not look after each other. In the west of Dionysia, there were several Greek colonial city-states on the Iberian Peninsula, such as Zakynthos and Hemeroscopion, which divers had proposed that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs send an emissary to contact, were the city-states that divers had proposed. In the eyes of the senators, the Iberian Peninsula was too far away from Dionia, but the Devers believed that there was a huge force established by the Carthage Maganid family in the southern part of Iberia, which would be a threat to Dionia, so they had to prepare in advance. As for the east, Sparta, which was far from Dionia, was maintaining a strong position in Greece. If it knew that Dionia, which it feared, was facing the threat of war, not only would it not lend a helping hand, but it would also have other ideas. But the Devers was not too worried about this. Although he did not know much about Greek history in his previous life, he also knew that Sparta's domination of Greece could not last long. Even if he had transmigrated to this era, the butterfly effect caused by it may have changed some of the history that should have happened, but the Thebes and Athens would still be Sparta's #1 enemy. After all, Sparta's own strength and the measures it implemented determined that it could not annex the Thebes, which were not much weaker than it, and would inevitably suffer a backlash from the Thebes. Therefore, Dionysia only focused on Egypt as a friendly target. Of course, no matter how good the preparation was, it ultimately depended on military victory. As for the military deployment, the senators had developed a long-term habit, absolute trust in the Devers' leadership, and some taboos, so they generally did not take the initiative to ask about specific military plans and troop deployments. But in order to reassure the senators, the Devers still took the initiative to let Helos give a detailed account of Dionia's deployment in response to the upcoming war at the Senate meeting. On the northern front, the Ministry of Military Affairs was ready to send a legion to Wolsey to unite with other forces to repel the attack of the Rome. Legio III was still stationed in the territory of the Campania alliance, and at the same time, a general was sent to organize the reserve soldiers in Lucania municipality to restore the defense of this area, strengthen the training of the newly established 11th Legion, improve its combat effectiveness as soon as possible, and prevent the possible invasion of the Simonians. Pucetti's 10th Legion was on standby, ready to quickly reinforce the north at any time. In the south, the 8th Legion began to mobilize, ready to defend against the possible attack of Carthage's army at any time. Once the war started, its commander, Prososus, would be given the authority to expand the army. At the same time, the 7th Legion in the Locri area was also ready at any time. Once the pressure on the battlefield in Sicily increased, it would be transported to Sicily and rendezvous with the 8th Legion. On the naval side, once Carthage started the war, Sicorian would quickly lead the 1st Fleet to the south and rendezvous with the 2nd Fleet station in Catanae. While ensuring the security of the southern waters of Dionia, they would also look for opportunities to fight the Carthage navy. In fact, in the preliminary military plan, except for Legio III and Legio VI, which was about to go to Wolsey, the other troops were still in preparation. They were not even assembled, because this was the only way to reduce unnecessary food consumption. This was only a war plan, and everything had to be adjusted according to the development of the war. In the face of the huge war crisis that was about to come, the elders of Dionia did not argue pointlessly. They scrambled to offer suggestions and improve the plan to deal with the crisis. The meeting lasted until dusk. The Devers returned to the mansion and had dinner. It was already evening, and the heavy downpour of Turiae had turned into a drizzle. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had seen rain, so Christoia and Agnes asked the slaves to move their sleeping mattresses to the porch outside the living room. The two of them lay down and chatted through the thin curtain of rain while enjoying the rain. It was a different kind of atmosphere. The children, Eunice, Apox, Bryance, and Avril, excitedly rushed into the curtain of rain, stepping on the puddles that reached their feet, and started a water fight. After dinner, the Devers also moved their mattresses out and lay down between the two of them. "What are you talking about? Why are you so happy?" the Devers asked casually. Sister Agnes said that she finally doesn't have to see the people who prayed to Hera go back in disappointment. They are so happy that they are jumping and screaming in the temple, and my sister can't bear to chase them out. Christoia turned her body sideways and said to him, Sister Agnes said that she doesn't have to see the people who prayed to Hera anymore. The people also prayed to Hera for rain? The Devers asked, slightly surprised. Not at first. Agnes lay on her side and slightly raised her head, revealing her smooth neck. She frowned slightly and said, but maybe after they prayed to Hades, the drought didn't get any relief, so they turned to Hera. I think they may have prayed to Heracles, Apollo, and other gods. I can understand their feelings. This drought has lasted for more than 8 months. If your majesty didn't let the kingdom open the granaries in time, use the treasury, and let the city halls sell food at fair prices to help the people, who knows how many people would have starved to death? Christoia said with a sigh, looking at her husband with eyes that flowed with admiration. Agnes was the same. Christoia even quietly stretched out her slender white left foot and placed it on the inside of the Devers' left leg, gently rubbing it. The Devers was in no mood to enjoy such tender affection at the moment. He said seriously, Christoia, although the drought has ended, there hasn't been a single grain of grain harvested in the south this year. So your bank still needs to continue lending to the people so that they can have the money to buy grain and seeds in the coming time, so that they can last until next year's autumn harvest. As she didn't get a response from her intimate actions just now, Christoia took the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction. We still have to give them loans. I'm running a bank, not a charity. Don't you know that there are already many people who can't afford to buy grain and are constantly borrowing from us? The banks in every city are feeling strapped for funds, and you still want to expand the scope of loans. I'm afraid that in a few months, our bank will be emptied, and by the end of next year, these people who borrow money may not even be able to repay the money. Kristoya, the Devers said in a low voice, do you know who usually benefits the most after a drought? After such a terrible drought, there are still people who benefit? Agnes was puzzled. Kristoya obviously wasn't Agnes who didn't understand the ways of the world. She thought for a moment, then replied, merchants. More accurately, wealthy merchants and nobles. The Devers sighed lightly, whether it's a drought, flood, locust plague, or earthquake. The first to be unable to bear it are the farmers who rely on the weather. Not only will a disaster cause them to lose a grain of grain, it can also make them quickly exhaust the little money left in their families. In order to survive, they can only borrow from these wealthy nobles and merchants at usury. In the end, when they can't repay the money, they can only use their land as collateral and even sell their own children. In the end, they even mortgage themselves and become slaves. That's too tragic. Agnes' face was full of pity. That's in other city-states. In the kingdom of Dionia, we have our bank. Even if other rich people dare to lend usury, no one will borrow from them, Kristoya said proudly. Yes, in other city-states. At this point, the Devers suddenly sighed. The problem of debt was very serious in many city-states in the Mediterranean. Back then, it was because of debt and land that the people of Athens finally rebelled, forcing Christian to implement the reform of the original democratic system of government in Athens. A few days ago, he had learned from Aristides that the conflict between the nobles and the commoners in the north of Rome had intensified, and the focus was also on land and debt. Thus, he said with a serious face, Kristoya, since the bank has already helped them, let's help them to the very end. We're the royal family of Dionia, and the whole kingdom belongs to us. We can't just watch as the people of the kingdom can't afford to buy food and seeds. In the end, they have to borrow usury from the merchants, allowing them to annex their land and even become their slaves. This will not only destroy the stability of the kingdom, but also reduce our source of soldiers and taxes. It will also make these rich people who have annexed large amounts of land a hidden danger that will be difficult to control. So, your bank isn't just used to make money, it's also an important tool for our family to stabilize the kingdom, so that the throne can be passed down for a long time. Chapter 684. His last sentence made Kristoya's eyes light up. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Every time you make a request, I will do it seriously. At this point, she propped her upper body up with her hands and leaned towards the Devers' couch, almost nestling against his chest. Her eyes wandered as she said softly, You've been busy with the drought for the past few months. It's finally raining today, so you should relax. Let me and my sister accompany you tonight. Sister. Although Kristosia's voice was soft, Agnes could still hear her, and she immediately blushed. The Devers was moved. The drought and the possibility of war had put a lot of pressure on him. He really needed to relax. He was about to tease the shy Agnes when a female slave rushed through the rain. Master, the guards reported that Elder Amyntas insists on seeing you. It's so late, and Amyntas still wants to see me. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He gently rubbed Crystal's fragrant shoulders and smiled. I'll go see Amyntas first. You two wait for me in the bedroom tonight. With that, he got up and went to the study. Seeing the Devers leave, the smile on Crystal's face disappeared. Her expression became serious. Agnes, don't you think it's strange? It's raining for the first time in 8 months, and His Majesty isn't very happy. It's already so late, but Amyntas still wants to see you. Something important must have happened. I think it's probably war. War. Agnes jumped in fright, revealing a look of worry. Crystal stood up from the couch and shouted towards the outside. Molina, hurry and bring the children in. They'll catch a cold if they stay in the rain for too long. With that, she looked at Agnes and said in an unquestionable tone, Tonight, The two of us will accompany His Majesty and let him relax. Come to my bedroom. Okay, okay. In the end, Agnes's concern for the Devers prevailed over her shyness, and she nodded hesitantly. In the Devers' study, Amyntas straightforwardly stated his intentions. Your Majesty, I'm here to ask you to send the First Legion to Wolsey to help them repel the people of Rome. The Devers was not surprised. He had already guessed it when he heard that Amyntas had come to see him. He looked at the old general whose hair had begun to turn white, but was still strong. He said earnestly, Amyntas, my old friend, Rome is just a small enemy to Dionia. You are the legion commander with the most combat experience, and the first legion that you lead is the strongest legion. Our real enemy is in the south, on Sicily Island, in Africa. Once Carthage declares war on us, your first legion will be the first to be sent to Sicily to face the strongest enemy since the founding of Dionia, Carthage. The first legion has to be used where it counts. I hope you understand that. Hearing this, Amyntas looked slightly hesitant, but he quickly became firm again. Your Majesty, the Second Legion, Legio IV, Legio V, and even Legio VI are not weaker than the First Legion. They can completely repel the attack of Carthage. But going north to fight against Rome is a rare opportunity to lead an independent army. I hope your Majesty can give me such a chance. Amyntas spoke very bluntly, but this was his style. The Devers saw the determination in Amyntas' eyes. He suddenly understood. All these years, this comrade who had followed him from Persia to Greece had given him many support, but he never asked for anything in return. He had always stayed in the army, resolutely carried out his orders, and became his sharp knife to attack the enemy. But it was not that he did not care. Antony led the army alone and conquered Syracuse in Sicily. Alexis led the army alone and conquered Casa, Ennona, and later Downey. Helos, who was younger than him, led the army alone and conquered the Locri region. Even Prososus, Leotychides, who became a citizen of Dionia after the establishment of the Dionia alliance, led the army alone and conquered the Sicyer people. Recently, Lizu, who was born in Lucania, led the Legio III and the Campania alliance to defeat the Cautini. Amyntas, who thought that he was older and more experienced than them, would definitely feel resentful. As a general who did not want to lead the army alone, defeat the enemy, and win glory for himself, it seems that I have neglected this. The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. Reject Amyntas' request? This would undoubtedly hurt his old friend's heart. It would make his old comrades feel that after becoming king, he had alienated them. But to agree to Amyntas' request? He was indeed worried that Amyntas, who was already brave in battle, would put the First Legion in a difficult situation because of his eagerness to make a contribution. Then what should I do? The Devers pondered, and his eyes gradually lit up. He slowly said, Amyntas, I can inform the Ministry of Military Affairs to send the First Legion to Wolsey, but you have to promise me one thing. Seeing that the Devers did not speak for a long time, Amyntas thought that he would not agree. When he heard this, he was overjoyed and quickly said, Don't say one thing. I will agree to 10 requests, as long as you let me go. The Devers smiled and said, It's not a difficult request, but it will be very helpful to you. You should know Portalins, right? He once helped Alexis to seize Capsa and Ennona, and previously helped Lazuru to defeat the Cautini. He knows the situation in the north very well. I will send him to help you, and I believe that he will be very helpful to you in defeating the Rome people. Your Majesty, rest assured, I am very happy to work with Portalins, and I will definitely get along well with him. Amyntas immediately made a promise. The Devers nodded and said, Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, you will be busy preparing for the expedition. It is best to lead the First Legion to the expedition the day after tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. Amyntas immediately stood up and solemnly saluted. He felt that he could not express the excitement and gratitude in his heart, so he stepped forward and gave the Devers a strong hug. The Devers watched him leave excitedly, and his heart was quite touched. In the past few years, he had somewhat neglected the feelings of these old people. Should he consider them more in the future? After sending off Amyntas, The Devers was thinking that he should immediately rush to Christonia's bedroom to see if his two wives were really waiting for him together. Christonia's joking suggestion had quite tempted him. Just then, a servant came to report that Sostatus was asking for an audience. The Devers was stunned. Why did this guy come so late at night? When Cunigarata was alive, he had mentioned his eldest son to the Devers several times, saying that he had a carefree personality, hated work, and liked to fantasize. But in fact, according to Aristire's investigation, Sostatus was actually very talented in business. Especially after the Southern Italian War, Sostatus used the money he had previously earned to build a relatively large fleet. He seized the business opportunity of Dionia obtaining a large amount of land but lacking manpower and materials, and continuously transported Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean. At the same time, he opened up the sea trade route between Carthage and Egypt, which was rich in grain, and bought a large amount of low-priced grain. While earning a lot of money for himself, he also contributed to the stability of Dionia's new territory. After that, Sostatus continued to open up new trade routes, such as the Celtic region to the north of the Iberian Peninsula, the Illyrian region to the north of the Adriatic Sea. He used the daily commodities and wine of Dionia to exchange for unique goods from these regions, such as gold, silver, iron, zinc, and various other metal ores, amber, agate, fur, and other rare goods, which once again increased his wealth. At the same time, he also loved to help other Dionia merchants, often funding them, and liked to cooperate with them in sea trade. Now, he was already a famous merchant in the kingdom, especially among the merchants in the Turiae region. Therefore, even if it was not for his father's sake, the Dionia Devers would not treat him lightly. Your Majesty, I know Aeones. He was born a slave and has always been cautious. How would he dare to boldly go to Carthage's forbidden land and secretly purchase silver ore? This is clearly a false accusation by the Carthage. They did not go through the trial together with our officials and suddenly killed them. This must be because the people of Carthage have a guilty conscience. It's a pity that Aeones and the 50 sailors were wronged and died in vain. Now, their families are crying. I originally hoped that they would earn enough money to return home and raise their parents, wives, and children. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for them and clear their names. Make the people of Carthage compensate them. The moment Sostatus entered the study, he complained to the Devers that Aeones and the others had been wronged. Aeones was once a slave of your family, wasn't he? The Devers did not express their opinion and asked in return. Yes, Your Majesty. He was originally a farmer in Satsuma Island. Because he was unable to repay his huge debts, he sold himself as a slave. Later, he was sold to my family. Because he had always been diligent, my father gave him his freedom. 2 years ago, he became a citizen of the kingdom and has been in charge of selling our Turiae wine to the Celtic region in the west, as well as the Greek city-states in the Iberian Peninsula. His business has always been very good. But this time, sigh, damn the people of Carthage. Sostatus let out a long sigh and wiped his tears with his hand. His eyes were filled with regret and resentment. Chapter 685. The Devers stared at him. Through his intelligence, he knew that Ioannis was a merchant supported by Sostatus. He was a distributor of the Chamber of Commerce he established, so his expression and behavior were not a pretense. So, he said calmly, I can no longer protest to the Carthage because they have torn up the friendly agreement with our kingdom. What? Sostatus widened his eyes and asked anxiously, Your Majesty, why would the Carthage do this? On the surface, they are protesting that our merchants are harming their monopoly of trade. They also want to abide by the alliance and help their ally, the Rome, to prohibit us from meddling in the affairs of central Italy. The Devers said calmly, Basically, the Carthage wants to take this opportunity to strike a blow to Dionia, so as to prevent the kingdom from expanding too quickly and affecting the survival of Carthage. Sostatus was stunned when he heard this. He asked in a trembling voice, That means the war between Dionia and the Carthage may break out? The Devers nodded. Very likely. Sostatus suddenly stood up and rubbed his hands vigorously. He kept muttering something, looking very agitated. Do you feel that it is a pity? Because your caravan may no longer be able to trade with the Carthage, the Devers asked curiously when they saw his strange behavior. No, your majesty. So Status clenched his right fist excitedly and said loudly, This is great. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Carthage have monopolized the trade with the other Phoenician city-states, as well as the metal smelting and trade in the western Mediterranean Sea. They also control Africana, Sardinia, Corsica, and southern Iberia. They won't let us meddle in. We should have used force to break this monopoly long ago and taken all of these away. The Devers had thought that Status was afraid of the coming war. They did not expect him to be happy about the possibility of war. They had underestimated the greed of merchants. Dive stroked his chin and asked, If a war really breaks out, the powerful Carthage and the powerful Rome are not weak either. So Status, aren't you afraid that our Dionysia will be defeated? Your Majesty. So Status sat down again and said confidently, All these years, I've been to many places to trade, but I've never seen any country or city-state stronger than Dionia. Not to mention, Your Majesty, with you around, Dionia will not fail. You have a lot of confidence in me. Devers smiled and then said with a solemn expression, However, there's a reason why the people of Carthage dared to tear up the agreement and support Rome at this time. It is because of the drought that we lack food. Without food, we won't be able to send our troops to fight. We can only passively take a beating. Under such circumstances, even the most powerful commander will not be able to win the war. After hearing this, Status fell into deep thought. After a while, he made up his mind and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I am willing to send a fleet to Egypt or the Yoke Sea in the eastern Mediterranean to buy a large amount of food and donate it to the kingdom for free to support the army. I am also willing to call on the other merchants in the kingdom to do the same thing as me. But I hope. Status did not finish his sentence. He looked at Devers with anticipation. Devers was overjoyed and understood the meaning behind Status' words. He did not think that merchants like Status who dared to take a gamble before the situation was clear were greedy. Instead, he admired their courage. He immediately made a promise. Dionia will never forget these merchants who dared to donate their wealth and help the kingdom in times of crisis. After victory, they will all receive the rewards they need. Status smiled with satisfaction. 2 days later, his wife, Rita, saw Amyntas rushing to go out and said hurriedly, Amyntas, you haven't had your porridge. It's too late. Amyntas stood on the porch and looked up at the sky that was starting to brighten. He took a big bite of the bread in his hand and shouted back into the house, Stephos, hurry up. Father, don't worry. It's useless for you to go so early. His Majesty, the senators, and the soldiers of the First Legion are probably not here yet. Stephos, who was sitting at the dining table, said, I am the commander of the expedition. I have to set an example for the whole army. Hurry up, or I will beat you up. Amyntas said impatiently. Stephos stood up helplessly. This was his adoptive father's style. He was already used to it. Father, don't forget to bring me the spoils of war when you come back. A young boy sitting at the dining table reminded him loudly. Another younger child also shouted, Father, brother, when I grow up, I want to fight with you and kill the bad guys. Amyntas' attitude towards them was much better. He grinned and said, Crocus, how can I forget what I said? When I come back, I will bring you a cart full of spoils of war. Phelcas, be a good boy and listen to your mother at home. When you grow up, your father will definitely take you to the battlefield to kill the enemy. In a mansion on the outskirts of the southern city of Turis, Patroclus had already finished his breakfast and spent some time with Cynthia. When the sky was bright, he stood up reluctantly and said, Cynthia, it's time for me to go. Although Cynthia was also extremely reluctant, she was not an ordinary woman after all. After going forward and giving Patroclus a loving hug, she said with concern, Be careful and come home as soon as possible. Patroclus smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, the First Legion will eliminate the enemy as soon as possible and come home as soon as possible. I still want to see the birth of the child with my own eyes. Patroclus caressed his wife's obviously protruding belly with a gentle expression. You have to take good care of yourself while I'm away. Okay. Cynthia nodded gently. I'm leaving, Patroclus said loudly, as if he was reminding himself. Oh, don't forget to bring the helmet that my brother gave you. You'll receive the blessing of the Hades. Cynthia reminded him loudly. The Devers are the descendants of the Hades. This was no longer a rumor, but an irrefutable fact of the kingdom. It was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every citizen, including the royal family. Cynthia firmly believed in this. Therefore, she believed that the helmet given by the son of the Devers, Clodo Catax, who also had the bloodline of the Hades, must carry the blessing of the Hades. How could I forget? That's a helmet given by the descendant of the Hades, the future king. Patroclus laughed. It was indeed a good helmet, but the silver surface was too conspicuous, so he painted it black. Cynthia leaned against the courtyard door, her heart filled with longing and worry as she watched her husband leave with the slaves carrying his armor and weapons. At this moment, she deeply understood the feelings that Christonia and Agnes felt every time they saw their father off to war. It is not good weather for an army to assemble for battle in drizzly weather, because it hinders the march. However, the continuous drizzle made the citizens and soldiers of Dionia happy. It meant that the bitter drought was finally over. Therefore, the First Legion and the citizens who came to see them off outside the city of Thurii allowed the drizzle to wet their cheeks, but their expressions were more relaxed. The Devers did not say much to Amyntas, who was dressed in armor. They encouraged him with their usual words. Amyntas, I await the news of your victory. Don't worry, your majesty. Amyntas saluted the Devers confidently, then turned to face the 9,000 soldiers, including the First Legion, and waved his right arm with force. Brothers of the First Legion and the First Legion, victory! 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 The soldiers' roars resounded throughout the Bari plains. The Devers stood straight and listened to the loud cheers with a solemn expression, but their hearts were filled with excitement. The First Legion's morale is high. Let's hope that we can return victorious in our first battle against the Rome. Move out. Amyntas gave the order. The bugle sounded. The soldiers in straw raincoats, with weapons and armor on their shoulders, lined up in a long line and marched towards the port. Wolsey was in the north. Why did they have to go to the port? Because the soldiers at the Western Mountain Pass fortress of Thurii reported that because of the continuous rain over the past few days, not only were the roads slippery, but silt and trees fell from the mountains from time to time, blocking the roads. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs decided to let the expeditionary troops not go through the mountains in the west. Instead, they would take a boat to Silatina, then to Trine, and then take a boat north to Wolsey. The whole journey might take even less time. The Devers looked at the imposing soldiers marching towards the port, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He knew that this might be the beginning of a large-scale war. Topyrus felt very aggrieved. He had been trapped in a hotel for 8 or 9 days in a row. The people of Rome blocked the entrance every day, protesting and cursing. The soldiers of Rome guarded the entrance, saying that it was to protect their safety, but in fact, it was to restrict them from going out. And for such a long time, they did not see a single official from Rome come to tell them about the progress of the discussion on whether the Senate of Rome should stop the war with the Wolsey. At this time, Topyrus already understood that the people of Rome were obviously stalling. They had no intention of stopping the war at all. This despicable act of toying with the Dionia emissaries and ignoring the dignity of the kingdom of Dionia made him very angry. Chapter 686. Just as Topyrus was about to leave, an official from Rome finally appeared. He vaguely remembered that the man walking towards him was the senator of Rome called Paulus. The senators of Rome are even more difficult to meet than the king of Dionia. They haven't shown up for more than 10 days and don't let us out. I thought that Rome was going to imprison us here. I almost couldn't help but want to send someone to Thurii for help. As soon as Topyrus saw him, he said sarcastically and threateningly, not caring that the timidity in his words would damage his reputation. Paulus remained unmoved and said, "Esteemed Dionysian emissary, you have seen the chaotic situation outside the hotel. We are doing this to protect your lives. In the past 10 days, the Senate has been engaged in a heated debate about Dionia's proposal. There's been no clear result, so we didn't inform you." "So, there's a result now?" Topyrus raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes," Paulus said with a serious expression. "Wolsey and Rome are enemies. When Rome was still weak, the Wolsey had been relying on their strength to constantly invade the land of Rome and kill the people of Rome. The citizens of Rome are determined to eradicate this mortal enemy, Wolsey, in this war. So in an emergency meeting of the citizens, they passed the proposal to continue the war with an overwhelming majority. So I'm sorry." Topyrus was not disappointed or shocked. In fact, before leaving Thurii, the king of Devers had vaguely expressed his hope that Rome would reject this proposal. The main task Topyrus shouldered was to go deep into the city of Rome and understand the details of the politics, military, society, and other aspects of the city. Although they were restricted and could not go out, they had already bribed the servants and low-level service staff in this hotel, so they knew a lot of things. At this moment, Topyrus asked with a faint smile, "It sounds like you guys even held a citizen meeting? Because the Senate couldn't come to a consensus, we had no choice but to seek help from the General Assembly," Paulus said solemnly. "All right, I can only bring your decision back and tell His Majesty the King." Topyrus looked regretful, but in reality, he had long desired to leave this godforsaken place. "I've really wronged you by making you stay in the hotel all this time. To express our apology, this is a gift from the Senate to you and your entourage on behalf of the citizens of Rome." Paulus waved his hand, and the accompanying soldiers carried 2 boxes. When he opened it, he saw that it was filled to the brim with silver coins, which added up to at least 2 talent. The previous delay was to allow Rome to occupy as much of Volsky's land as possible in order to increase its leverage in negotiations with Dionia. After receiving the explicit support of Carthage yesterday, Rome, who had become more courageous, did not really want to go to war with the Kingdom of Dionia after rejecting the proposal of the Kingdom of Dionia. Even with the help of Carthage, a war with the Kingdom of Dionia would definitely cause some losses to Rome. Therefore, they tried to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, they used money to bribe the emissaries of Dionia, hoping that they would put in some good words for them. Topyrus blinked and said, "Thank you." He accepted it without any hesitation. Of course, he did not want to keep the money for himself because according to the law enacted the year before last, accepting gift from foreign countries was a form of bribery. If he was greedy for money, the Ministry of Supervision would probably receive a report from his entourage in the emissary group not long after he returned to Tulea, and they would start accusing him. He just wanted to bring back the money from Rome and hand it over to the Ministry of Finance. It was also a small contribution from his trip to Rome. As for putting in some good words for the Kingdom of Rome, that was impossible. Topyrus would only tell the king of Devers everything he saw and heard in Rome. For the safety of the Dionia emissary group, the Senate of Rome even arranged for a patrol to escort them to the port of Ostia. When Topyrus and his entourage walked out of the hotel, countless Roman citizens shouted at them fiercely, "People of Dionia, Rome does not welcome you. Get out of Rome like a dog. Damn people of Rome, how dare you threaten us with war and try to steal our land? Let me tell you, the people of Rome are not afraid of war. We will kill as many as you come." Not only did they curse, but they also threw things at the Dionia emissary group, but most of them were blocked by the patrol soldiers with long shields. Cassius, the captain of the patrol, apologized repeatedly. "I'm really sorry, these guys are rude and ignorant, but when it comes to war, they are very brave warriors. I hope you don't mind." Was he apologizing? Topyrus' eyes narrowed into slits, and he said faintly, "I heard that there are many rude and ignorant civilians in Rome. When they turn their ferocity against the enemy to the nobles of Rome, I'm afraid you won't feel good either." Cassius' face darkened when he heard that. In the afternoon, the Dionia emissary group left the port of Ostia. The news of the defeat of the Chiutini tribe spread throughout the Samni region, causing a great shock. The alliance of the four major tribes of Samanai immediately held an emergency meeting at the request of the Kayutini people to discuss how to deal with the matter. The meeting was held in Caudium. Respected leaders, the people of Dionia violated the covenant and sent their army to ambush the people of Kayutini who went out to plunder in the Campania plain. Caught off guard, our leader, Segavani, and more than 2,000 warriors were captured, more than 3,000 warriors were killed and injured, and all tribes suffered heavy losses. After the battle, the Kayutini alliance immediately sent people to negotiate with the people of Dionia and Campania, but they refused to release our captured tribesmen and leaders, and they arrogantly warned us to stop all hostile activities. Now, the army of Dionia is stationed in Tezala, threatening the territory to the west of Kayutini like a hungry wolf. The tribes living around the towns of Lola, Cessala, and Capua are all afraid of being destroyed, so they have migrated to the mountains. Now the entire Kayutini region is in chaos. I implore the leaders to work together to stop the invasion of the people of Dionia and avenge the dead people of Kayutini, considering that we are all descendants of Savone. The leader of another major tribe living in the city of Caudium, Uzabek, pleaded with a tearful voice. When we entered the city, I think everyone saw the tragedy in Caudium. We can't let the people of Dionia go on like this, or else Caudium's today will be our tomorrow. The leader of the Caracini tribe, Contruk, stood up angrily. The Caracini tribe lived in the middle of the mountains. They were surrounded by the Pentine, Hilpini, and the so-called Samanai branch, the Forentani. They were the smallest in number and territory, but they were also the most courageous, adhering to the ancient traditions of the Samanai. I said 10 years ago, don't be afraid of the people of Dionia. Even if they kill many of our warriors, we, as the descendants of the wolf god Savone, will fight them to the end. Although Contruk was over 50 years old, his voice was as loud as a bell. He pointed at the leader of the Pentine tribe, Bartani. You kneel to the enemy for the sake of your father and people who were captured, but when your father returned, he committed suicide out of shame. Don't you want revenge? And you, Contruk pointed at the leader of the Hilpini tribe and reprimanded. In the war 10 years ago, your tribe suffered the most casualties, and you even lost large areas of land such as Kosa and Inona. As the leader, you didn't want to avenge them and take back your territory, but instead, you fawned on the enemy like a dog. What happened in the end? The people of Dionia didn't give you any benefits. Instead, they treacherously alienated the friendly relationship between your tribes, causing the Abenelum to not listen to your orders and instead become friends with the people of Dionia. This is a disgrace. And you, Caudium, Contruk pointed at Uzabek. If it wasn't for your leaders supporting those two idiots to sign the alliance with Dionia, he wouldn't have become a prisoner of the enemy today. Look at the areas like Nysiria. The people there have given up their faith in the great wolf god and worship the gods of the foreign races. This is a betrayal of their ancestors. This is blasphemy. Today's fiasco is Savone's punishment for all of you. Reiskuk, Bardani, and Uzabek were ashamed by Contruk's scolding. Since Contruk was the leader of the Samanese tribe for nearly 30 years, he was the oldest and had a lot of prestige in the tribal alliance. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, they couldn't refute. At this time, Roan, the high priest of the four major Samanese tribes, also said sternly, the insidious and cunning people of Dionia have sinister intentions against us. Not only do they want to destroy our people, but they also want to replace our great gods with evil gods. They want to destroy our traditions and make us Samanese their slaves. We can't bear it anymore. We must pick up our weapons and fight them to the end. We must drive them out of the mountains, take back our land, and restore our traditional beliefs. It's not enough to drive them out of the mountains. We must give them a heavy blow so that they won't dare to offend us Samanese again. Contruk emphasized again, give Dionia a heavy blow. That's easy to say. The younger Bardani couldn't help but refute. Do you know how big the kingdom of Dionia is? How many people are there? They can easily organize an army of 100,000 people, but can we gather 40,000 soldiers? Chapter 687. Brat, Are you still a brave Salmonese? Show me your courage. Don't be fooled by the thick iron shells those Greeks wear. A Salmonese warrior can easily defeat 3 or 4 Greek soldiers. Contruct shouted. Old man. Bardani was also angered by Contruct's scolding. He sneered. You've been in the mountains for too long. You don't understand the situation outside at all. The Dionia soldiers are not comparable to the Greek soldiers. They could become the most terrifying force in Italy in just a dozen years. Not because of their numbers. Contruct was so angry that he roared. You coward! Coward! You don't deserve to be the great leader of the Pentini army. Whether I deserve to be the great leader of the Pentini army or not, it's up to the people of the Pentini army to decide. There's no need for an outsider who doesn't know anything to talk nonsense here. Everyone, please be quiet. Are we here today just to quarrel? Lescock held down Contruct, who was about to get up and scold back, and then said to him sincerely, Dear great leader, Bardani is right about one thing. More than 10 years ago, I saw the power of the Dionysian army with my own eyes. After so many years of development, their strength has become even stronger. But we really can't retreat anymore. We must stand up and fight back. Lescock's words satisfied Contruct. He snorted and stopped making noise. However, how to fight against the powerful Dionia requires us to think carefully. Lescock continued. First of all, it's best to trick the Dionia into releasing the thousands of captive Cautini tribesmen. This will not only enhance our strength, but also allow us to have no worries in the battle. Therefore, we have to pretend to respectfully agree to some of the conditions of the Dionia, deceiving them into letting their guard down. Hearing this, Uzbek nodded repeatedly. Contruct snorted and did not say anything. Secondly, it's best not to fight the Dionia on the plains. They have a large number of people, and they wear heavy armor. They also have cavalry. It's more difficult for us to defeat them. But if we can lure them into the mountains, we can display the strengths of our warriors and cause a lot of trouble to the Dionia. That's right, we should fight the Dionia in the mountains that we're familiar with. Bardani agreed loudly. But how can we lure the Dionia into the mountains? The Greeks are not fools. They have always hated fighting in the mountains. Contruct raised his doubts. We can discuss this problem slowly. I'm sure we can come up with a good solution. Although Lescock said so, his confident expression showed that he had already considered it. At this moment, he said with a serious expression, We still have an important problem to solve. We need to gather tens of thousands of warriors to fight against Dionia. It's possible for a short period of time, but I'm afraid that we won't have that much food in the long run. With Dionia's vast territory, they won't be defeated in a short period of time. These words hit the nail on the head, causing the others to fall into deep thought. The Salmoni region was barren, but there was not enough food for a long-term battle. Bardani looked at Contruct and the high priest, then exchanged glances with Lescock and interrupted. Back then, we organized more than 40,000 warriors to attack Potentia, but we received food aid from Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. So we need an ally. He can provide us with the food we urgently need, and at the same time, help us share the pressure of Dionia's attack. Lescock took the opportunity and said loudly, Ally? Who's willing to be an ally of the Salmoni? Contruct said subconsciously. For decades, the Salmoni had been very powerful in south-central Italy. They had always been the ones who bullied others. They did not need any allies, nor did they have the habit of forming an alliance. Except for a fiasco more than 10 years ago, which forced them to become an ally of Dionia. Contruct had been brooding over it. Lescock smiled slightly. Yesterday, Carthage's messenger came to Beneventum. Circeii, a Volscian town, bordered to the south by the Tyrrhenian Sea and situated on a promontory. To the west was a mountain, and to the east was a plain, which had been developed into large tracts of farmland by the Volscians. To the north, the coastal area was a series of swamps formed by the convergence of several rivers. This unique topography made Circeii easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it an important town for the Volscians. As the mountain races developed, they often had common characteristics. Due to the increase in population, They had to expand to the lowlands to obtain more land to support their population. Therefore, the area of the lowlands that the Volsci now owned was larger than the mountainous area. They also made Circei and another coastal town, Taraka, not far away, as the center of the Volsci alliance. On this day at the beginning of October, a huge fleet sailed from the sea to the south of Selshi. At the forefront of this fleet were 30 three-oared warships, followed by more than 200 passenger ships, and then another 30 three-oared warships. The entire fleet was surrounded by several dozen small and medium-sized warships. It was a very impressive sight. The Volsci messenger, Mate Bora, pointed at the vague outline of the town on the distant coast and said loudly to Amyntas, "General, look, that's Circei." Amyntas, who had been tossing and turning at sea for nearly 2 days, looked tired. However, when he heard this, he immediately perked up. He turned around and said, "Blow the bugle and remind our brothers in the 1st Legion and the middle aids of the 3rd Fleet that we are preparing to enter the port." After giving the order, he said to Mate Bora, "It's a pity that you Volsci don't have a military port. Otherwise, our fleet could directly station at Circei's port. With the cooperation of the warships, it would be easier for us to attack the Romans." Mate Bora immediately said, "General Amyntas, we can immediately start building the military port under your guidance." Although the Volsci had owned the coastal town for decades, they were, after all, a mountainous race. They were not good at sailing and were not very interested in it. Their shipbuilding skills were lackluster, and the number of warships they owned was also very few. It was the same for Rome. None of the powers in central Italy had a strong navy. By the time your military port is built, the Romans would have long been defeated by us. Amyntas smiled confidently. Mate Bora could only smile apologetically. "General, the warships are starting to turn around." Adjutant Hippolyta pointed to the front and reminded him, "The 3rd Fleet has been guarding us for 2 days. It's really hard on them. I believe that I will have the chance to work with middle aids in the future. I won't thank him this time." Amyntas looked at the warships passing by and ordered, "Get ready to enter the port." Of course, the port of Sels could not be compared to the port of Naples. Not only was it narrow, but it was also less efficient. Hence, the speed at which the Daionia fleet entered the port was very slow. However, there were many high-ranking members of the Volsci alliance who came to welcome the 1st Legion. Almost all the Volsci towns had sent their important figures. Not only that, but the representatives of the Aurunci and Sidixi had also arrived. These 2 small races living between the Volsci alliance and the Campanian alliance had also been persuaded by the Volsci to join the war. Amyntas' translator was temporarily useless because Mate Bora, the Volsci envoy, was there to introduce him to the 1st Legion. In fact, since the Volsci and Campanians had a good relationship and traded with each other from time to time, most of the high-ranking members of the Volsci alliance could speak Greek. However, their strange pronunciation made it difficult for Amyntas to understand them. "Sir Amyntas, this is the consul of Sels, Tullus. This is the consul of Fundi, Bulerius. This is the consul of Pervernu, Catamontelos." Most of the Volsci towns adopted a system of government with a single consul. The consul would be elected once a year, which was a remnant of the mountain tribes tradition. In fact, the Volsci alliance was much looser than the Campanian alliance. In theory, every Volsci town was equal in the alliance, and there was no rule about who was the leader. However, the fierce attacks of the Rome forced them to unite even more tightly. With Sels and Pervernu as the center, they fought against the Rome together. Therefore, when they welcomed Amyntas, their gratitude was sincere. Amyntas was also surprised to see 2 Daionia representatives. The first was Printos, a staff officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs. After receiving the order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he came directly from Naples to Sels and waited to meet up with the 1st Legion. "Commander Amyntas, I have been ordered to go to the 1st Legion and listen to your command." Printos, who was dressed in a military uniform, stepped forward and solemnly saluted. After returning the salute, Amyntas laughed and said, "What command? I only know that His Majesty sent you here to help me win the war. You have to give me more good suggestions like you did for Alexis and Lazuru. Printos immediately replied, "No problem, as long as the commander is willing to listen. All right, let's have a good chat later." Amintas smiled and patted his shoulder. He then looked at the other Dionia representative. "Sir Amintas, I am Topyrus from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have been ordered to provide you with some information about Rome." After arriving at Port Ostia, Topyrus received orders from the Devers to come to Celsalone. His Majesty is so considerate of the First Legion. Amintas immediately expressed his welcome to Topyrus. Chapter 688. Unlike the Campanians, the Volsci did not hold a grand banquet to welcome the arrival of the Dionysian army. Instead, they cautiously asked Amintas if he could explain the situation of the war to him in detail and discuss how the two sides should work together to fight against the Romans. Amintas agreed without a second thought. This made the Volsci's impression of the Dionia rise to a whole new level. So, the two sides held a military meeting in the meeting room of the governor's residence in Cels. When the cowhide map of Volsci and the surrounding area was unfolded on the table, Amintas and Printo's eyes widened. Although the map was crude and not very accurate, it was at least more detailed than the map of central Italy produced by the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs. After all, there were many races and forces in this area, and some forces did not welcome outsiders. Besides, the Dionia did not have a base here, so the intelligence department of Aristyras could not send his men to explore the inland. As the two studied the map, the governor of Cels, Tullus, pointed at the map and said in Greek, "General Amintas and General Printos, more than a month ago, more than 30,000 Romans invaded Volsci's territory and surrounded the city of Villator. As we had just suffered a defeat against the Romans not long ago, we barely managed to gather 20,000 men to rescue them. They fought the Romans outside Villator, but we suffered another defeat." At this point, Tullus's face was a mixture of anger and shame. He coughed and continued, "After we retreated, the Romans began to attack Villator. They used a terrible siege machine that could launch stones from afar and bombarded the walls. In the end, they blasted a hole in the wall and caused the fall of Villator." Printos was shocked. Do the Romans also know how to make ballistae? As a senator of Dionia, Amintas had been attending the emergency meeting of the Senate regarding the affairs of Carthage. After he was appointed by the Devers, he also went to the Ministry of Military Affairs to read some secret information about Rome, so he knew a lot of things. When he saw the surprise on Printo's face, he whispered to him, "It should be from the people of Carthage. They have formed a military alliance with the people of Rome, and it is said that they have sent ships to provide weapons and equipment to Rome. Before I left Turiae, the envoy of Carthage went to our Senate to express his support for the people of Rome and tore up the agreement with us. The Ministry of Military Affairs did have information about the people of Carthage secretly trying to develop ballistae and siege towers." But Printos was even more shocked, because in the current situation, there was a high possibility that a war would break out between Carthage and Dionia. Tullus noticed the change in the expressions of the two generals of Dionia, but he did not stop talking. After the Romans captured Villator, they continued to attack Saturnicum. This time, we learned our lesson and did not fight with the people of Rome. Instead, we defended the city with all our strength, so we repelled the attacks of the people of Rome many times, but Tullus said angrily again, 10 days ago, another army of Rome suddenly attacked Antium. As most of the citizens of Antium went to help Saturnicum, they were caught off guard and succeeded in their sneak attack. After the Roman army occupied Antium, they quickly moved south along the coast. In order to prevent being cut off by them, most of our reinforcements had to withdraw from Saturnicum. Tullus's face showed a pained expression. He sighed and said, "What is the situation in Saturnicum now? We're not sure, but there are not many soldiers in the city. I am afraid they will not last long. But we can't help them now, because the attack of the Roman army is very fast, and this area..." Tullus drew a small circle on the map with his finger. "There are no big towns, only a lot of villages and a few small cities. The terrain is very flat. Although there are a few rivers, they're easy to cross. So we hurriedly organized an army to intercept them, but they were defeated by the people of Rome. Now, they have reached the city of Siscia. Amyntas found that the place Tullus was pointing at did not seem to be too far from Siscia, so he immediately interrupted, "How far is this city from us?" "About 40 miles. Tullus's answer made Amyntas and Printos look at each other. Their eyes expressed the same thought. No wonder the Volsci are in such a hurry to hold a military meeting. The people of Rome are almost at their doorstep. Tullus's finger moved slightly south on the map, pointing at another city very close to Siscia. Now our reinforcements are concentrated in Polyphonum, but the cunning people of Rome have stopped attacking Siscia. Instead, they have built a camp not far from the city. We have been in a stalemate for a few days, but once the other army of Rome takes our city, I am afraid that will be the time for them to attack." Tullus finished with a worried look, and the others in the room also looked worried. Amyntas thought for a moment, then pointed at the icon of Polyphonum on the map and asked, "How many people do you have here?" "About 12,000, Tullus answered. "This is the largest force our Wolsey alliance can muster, and this includes the 3,000 reinforcements that Orlongsi and Ctesiene sent to us." Tullus didn't bother to hide his true strength after replying, and he emphasized, "This is the largest force our Wolsey alliance can muster." The Volsci people present were ashamed and a little sad. The Volsci that once dominated the Latin region was now in a situation where they could not even muster 10,000 soldiers. Topyrus, who was listening at the side, had a look of realization. No wonder there were not many Volsci citizens in the port and the city. Amyntas did not care about this. He pointed at the icon of Siscia and asked, "How many Rome soldiers are here?" "I am afraid there are no less than 12,000, because there are 2 magistrates in the Roman army this time. According to the rules of Rome, under normal circumstances, a magistrate will lead a legion into battle. Their legion has about 5,000 soldiers, plus some troops from Rome's allies." Before Tullus could finish, Topyrus could not help but exclaim, "Rome also has a legion." Amyntas looked at him and said calmly, "Yes, Rome also has a legion, and its organization is a little similar to our Dionia's legion." Before coming here, Amyntas had specially gone to the Ministry of Military Affairs to learn some information about Rome. When he saw the description of Rome's military system, he was also shocked. He thought to himself, "The Romans have secretly learned our Dionia's legion tactics." But because of this, he did not underestimate the Roman army. More than 12,000 soldiers. If they join up with another Roman army with more than 30,000 soldiers, then the Roman army near Siscia will have nearly 50,000 soldiers, Amyntas said slowly. The Wolsey people in the room looked solemn. When they first formed an alliance with Dionia, they thought that this powerful southern ally would send more troops here. They did not expect that they would only send 10,000 soldiers. Of course, after listening to Metbula's explanation that Dionia could not send more troops because of the drought, they understood. In fact, Wolsey also found it a little difficult to supply food to more than 10,000 Dionysian army and their own army. Amyntas also looked solemn. Of course, he knew that no matter how brave the First Legion was, it was impossible for them to defeat 50,000 Roman soldiers. According to the information, the Roman people have been fighting for a long time, and they were definitely not as easy to deal with as the weak Tyrannum people. He stared at the map and thought for a while. Then, he pointed to the west of Polevernham and said resolutely, "Tomorrow, I will lead my troops to camp here. Then, we will see if we can lure the Roman army to fight with us." After Amyntas finished speaking, he looked around the room. When his eyes fell on Printos, he paused for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Printos, do you have any suggestions?" If it was the old Alexis, she would first ask for Printos's opinion and then make her own decision after careful consideration. Obviously, Amyntas had not gotten used to the existence of Printos. His question was obviously perfunctory. Printos compared the styles of these 2 important Dionia generals in his mind. He shook his head gently and said, "I don't have any opinions. The Legion commander's decision is correct." Indeed, Polevernham was an important town in Wolsey. The First Legion was building a camp on the west side of it. The two camps were like horns to each other, which undoubtedly made it difficult for the Roman army to attack. The west side of the camp was the swamp area. This way, they would be able to establish a relatively rough defense line to protect the two most important towns in Wolsey, Tracina, and Selshi, as well as the surrounding fields and villages. This also ensured that these towns and villages would continue to provide logistical support to the camp. Of course, if the Roman army gave up the attack on Setia City and Dionia's camp and forced their way through the large gap between the camp and the swamp area to attack Selshi, which was defenseless in the rear, the Roman army would have to take the risk of being beaten up. Printos was analyzing the pros and cons of Aminta's decision in his mind. Printos expressed his agreement, but before the Wolsey people could say anything, Amintas had already slammed the table and said, "This matter is settled. Tomorrow morning, I will set off with the army." Chapter 689. The next morning, in the Roman barracks outside the city of Setia, Camillus got up early as usual. He took the linen cloth that was soaked in water from new poo, washed his face, and had some breakfast. At this time, his son Lucius, who was also the cavalry commander of this army. According to the Roman military system, the cavalry commander was the second in command of an army, entered the main tent, as usual, to greet his father. "Is there anything unusual?" Camillus asked immediately. "It's the same as before. Nothing has changed," Lucius replied casually. Seeing his son's habitual expression, Camillus immediately reminded him cautiously, "Don't let your guard down. The Senate has informed us that they rejected the proposal of the Dionia a few days ago and will continue the war against the Volsci to the end. So, the Dionia are likely to join the war. We must be vigilant and be ready at all times, because the reinforcements of the Dionia may appear at any time. The Senate is right to reject the unreasonable request of the Dionia. How can we give up the victory and land that the citizens of Rome have fought for with their blood and lives just because of the threat of the Dionia?" Lucius said indignantly. He was already in his 40s, but he still retained his hot-bloodedness. He did not inherit his father's gentle and steady character. That being said, this undoubtedly adds a lot of potential difficulties to the war, Camillus said with slight worry. Lucius immediately said confidently, "Father, in the past 10 years, not only has the land of Rome greatly expanded, but the number of our citizens has also increased rapidly. At the beginning of this year, the Senate counted the number of civil militias of suitable age in the city of Rome and the established colonies. This does not include the Latin allies, not to mention that we have the help of Carthage. It's fine if the Dionia don't come. If they dare to come, they will know the power of the Roman army." Camillus didn't want to argue with his son. He waved his hand and urged, "You should send the cavalry to carry out the reconnaissance mission." After Lucius left, Camillus put on his armor with the help of the servants and began his daily routine of patrolling the barracks. Wherever he went, the soldiers would respectfully call his name. But in fact, Camillus was not his real name, but a nickname he used in his childhood. It came from a name of a Rome god in the temple. But when he won again and again on the battlefield, his nickname spread because many citizens thought that he was invincible in battle, as if he was possessed by a god. He took Camillus as his family name and regarded it as an honor. He was the first man in Rome to take a nickname as his family name. He often talked to the soldiers in the barracks in a friendly manner, like an elder talking to a young man. He understood their mental state, and other than encouraging them, he would sometimes help them solve some small problems. So the soldiers loved him, and he himself enjoyed the atmosphere in the barracks. To be honest, he hated the complicated political environment in the Senate. He was afraid to see the fierce conflicts between the commoners and the nobles. Only in the barracks could he relax. Just as Camillus finished patrolling the barracks, the commander of another legion, Magistrate Frius, walked into the tent. According to the rules of the Senate in Rome, when 2 or more magistrates were in charge of the army, they would take turns to command the army. Today, it was Camillus's turn. Frius could stay in his tent and not care about anything. But out of respect for Camillus and responsibility for the army, he still came to the tent as a deputy to listen to Camillus's new military deployment. When Frias saw Camillus walk into the tent with a serene expression, he immediately understood that Camillus's strategy today was to defend the barracks. But he still asked, "Camillus, are we still not attacking Satia today?" Camillus comforted him. According to the news brought by the messenger, Quintus's army will launch an attack on Saturnicum today. If they can successfully take it, they will meet up with us in 2 or 3 days, and then we can join forces to attack the Volsci. So don't be anxious for now. How could Frias not be anxious? The citizens of Rome had always been thirsty for military achievements and glory, and Frias was even more so. He urgently needed more military achievements to wash away the humiliation of his previous defeat. It was only because of his previous defeat and Camillus's leniency that he had become more cautious and respected Camillus even more. If only the Volsci could come out of the city and fight with us. Even if they receive reinforcements from the Oronci and Sidonese, and their numbers aren't any less than ours, they still won't be able to defeat the three-front strategy that you invented, Camillus. And with the help of Carthage's people, our soldiers are far superior in terms of weapons and armor. If we can defeat the last of the Volsci's strength in one fell swoop, we can drive them into the mountains and occupy this fertile land. Frias said confidently. After hearing this, Camillus said seriously, "It's a pity that the Volsci have become cautious. They're all hiding in the city to defend. Even a small city like Sartia has thousands of Volsci soldiers. We won't be able to take it in a short period of time. Once we attack the city with all our might, we will have to worry about the army in Polevernham. If only we had the ballistae that Carthage's people gave us." Frias sighed regretfully. Suddenly, he thought of something and suggested loudly, "Camillus, why don't we do what you did last time and give up on besieging Sartia and attack Selci instead?" Camillus was stunned. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. "After such a surprise attack, I'm afraid the Volsci people are already prepared. Once we are unable to capture Sels in a short period of time, the enemies will rush over after hearing the news and surround us. At that time, we will be exhausted, extremely tired, and not have enough time to build a camp. I'm afraid." Camillus looked at Frias and advised him seriously again. "We already have an absolute advantage. There's no need to take risks. Wait patiently for 2 or 3 days. When the time comes, I'll let you personally lead the army to attack Selci." Frias slapped his thigh with his right hand and smiled helplessly. "All right, Camillus, I'll listen to you. We'll wait for Quintus and the others to arrive. Let's hope they come quickly." After hearing what Camillus had to say, Frias didn't want to stay in the tent any longer. He got up and bade farewell. Just as he was about to leave the tent, a man suddenly barged in. He stumbled and nearly fell. "Lucius!" Frias looked in surprise at the dusty officer who was half kneeling on the ground. "What happened?" Camillus, who had been calm all this while, was surprised to see his son in such a pitiful state. Lucius pushed himself up with his hands and staggered to his feet. Frias quickly brought him a wooden chair and let him sit. Lucius nodded to express his gratitude. He then panted and said, "Father, I led 200 cavalrymen around Polevernham and prepared to continue south to investigate the situation of the Volsci in the area around Selci. Who knew that a group of cavalrymen dressed in black would suddenly appear from the south? They immediately attacked us." There was a flash of fear in Lucius's eyes as he said this. "They were good horsemen, outnumbered us, and were good at throwing javelins. Our cavalrymen were quickly scattered. If it wasn't for the cavalrymen around me, covering me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you." After Lucius finished speaking, the thrilling scene of being chased by the enemy and the javelins whizzing past him from time to time appeared in his mind. The screams of his cavalrymen kept echoing in his ears. His already pale face became even paler. Black cavalrymen. Frias's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Camillus with a slightly nervous expression. Camillus also looked solemn at the moment. He said in a low voice with uncertainty, "Looks like the people of Dionia are here." Lucius had been running all the way and had no time to think about it. When he heard his father's words, he was surprised. "Are they from Dionia?" I don't remember any cavalrymen dressed in black among the forces around here, and there are so many of them like you said. I only heard from Carthage that the army of Dionia, be it infantry or cavalry, all were the same black. Camillus looked at his son and said in a low voice, "So, they can only be the people from Dionia that you threatened to defeat." Lucius lowered his head in shame. "How many of our cavalrymen have we lost?" Camillus asked again. Because they retreated separately, some of the cavalrymen have not returned yet, so we can't calculate the casualties for the time being," Lucius said in a low voice. Frias saw that Camillus was not in a good mood and said worriedly, "I'm afraid the cavalrymen of the legion I led were also attacked by the cavalry of Dionia." With Frias's reminder, Camillus was no longer in the mood to criticize Lucius. There were 10 cavalry platoons in the Roman army, led by Camillus. Every morning, the 2 military officers would send out most of the cavalrymen, some to scout the enemy's situation, and some to cooperate with the infantry to collect food from nearby areas. Because the Volsci cavalry was not strong and had suffered a series of defeats, Camillus was not worried about the safety of the scattered cavalrymen. But now he was nervous and immediately ordered, "Lucius, immediately send out scouts to the north and urgently inform the infantry platoons and cavalry platoons that are collecting food from the Volsci villages to return to the barracks immediately. Also, remind them to be careful of the attack of the cavalry of Dionia on the way back." Chapter 690. Although it was called a food requisition, it was actually a robbery. As Rome and its allies often fought together, they already had a professional logistical support system. They had specialized quartermasters to prepare food. The main source of food came from the Senate's unified allocation and the alliance's provision of a certain amount of grain according to the treaty. However, the Roman army often requisitioned food from the enemy-occupied areas to weaken the enemy and strengthen themselves. But now, Camillus realized that the scattered infantry platoons were likely to become the targets of the Dionia cavalry. "Frias, we better get the light infantry ready. Once they discover that the Dionia cavalry has circled to the north of our camp to attack our returning soldiers, we will immediately send the light infantry platoons to chase the enemy away and pick up the returning lads." Frias said disapprovingly, "The Dionia cavalry is likely coming from Sels, and it is nearly 40 miles from here. No matter how powerful the Dionia cavalry is, after such a long journey, they will not have the strength to harass our soldiers further north. We don't understand the Dionia, but we must not underestimate them. It's always good to be prepared in advance," Camillus reminded patiently. "All right, I will arrange it," Frias said with a shrug. He was about to turn around and leave the tent when a guard hurried in. "My lords, there are a lot of black cavalry appearing in the south of the camp." Camillus and Frias' hearts tightened, and they hurried out of the tent. In the camp, the news of the cavalry being attacked by unknown cavalry was spreading, causing a commotion among the soldiers. Many of them were whispering to each other about the matter, and they even asked Camillus and Frias, who were passing by. How could they answer them? They hurried to the south wall of the camp, and the walkway on the wall was already filled with soldiers. They looked curiously outside the camp and whispered to each other. The two climbed up the sentry tower and looked out. There were hundreds of black cavalry a few hundred meters away, lined up in a neat formation. In the middle of them were a few large flags, the tips of which were emitting a dazzling golden light. They stood there quietly. Although there were only 100 of them, they gave off a feeling that they could not be underestimated. I heard that the flag of the Dionysian army has a golden statue of their god. It seems like they're Dionia's cavalry, Frias said with a solemn expression. Camillus did not say anything. His eyes were fixed on the few generals with bright tassels on their helmets in the middle of the Dionia cavalry, trying to guess the purpose of the Dionia soldiers appearing in front of the barracks. At this moment, Amyntas was among the cavalrymen, carefully observing the layout of the Rome barracks. A little further forward, Amyntas said as he urged his horse forward. The cavalry had no choice but to follow. An uproar broke out in the Rome camp. "Commander, you can't go any further." Lala, the adjutant, reminded him loudly. "Aristos, you are the son of Scambras." Although Scambras was the oldest in the Senate, He often criticized those who opposed him. He was nicknamed the Roar. You have inherited his bravery. Amyntas joked in a relaxed manner. Have you lost your courage after staying in the general staff for a while? Printos, who was next to him, did not show any reaction on his face. Aristos was not in the mood to joke around. He said anxiously, Commander, I am worried about your safety. We are still far from the enemy's camp. Besides, we are all riding horses. Amyntas smiled and turned his head to the side. If the enemy's cavalry rushes out, Leds, your cavalry will protect me, right? The commander of the 1st Cavalry, Leds, said seriously, based on our previous battle with the Rome cavalry, their cavalry is far inferior to ours. So don't worry. No matter how many cavalry they send out, I can guarantee that I will send you back to the camp safely. Haha, I have been waiting for you to say that. Our cavalry has the upper hand. This is good news. Amyntas laughed as he observed the barracks in Rome. It did not take long for the smile on his face to disappear. Although the Rome soldiers had a great advantage in the battle with the Ursi, they did not let their guard down. Their camp was not built hastily. There were deer abatis densely arranged under the walls, trenches surrounding the entire camp, and towering watchtowers every 20 to 30 meters behind the walls. There were also earthen barricades and wooden walls that stood tall. Amyntas could not see the situation inside the camp at all, other than not knowing if there were traps outside the camp. Amyntas could feel that the defense of the Rome camp was not to be underestimated. He frowned and whispered, This camp is not easy to attack. At this time, Printos said seriously, Commander, there's one more thing that we need to pay attention to. In a short period of time before we arrived at the camp, it was already filled with soldiers. Printos pointed at the dense but orderly Rome soldiers on the wooden wall in front of them and reminded Amyntas, This means that the Rome army is well trained. If we want to attack their camp and destroy this Rome army before their troops meet up, it will be very difficult. The casualties of the 1st Legion will not be low. Amyntas was silent for a while and said, Then we will fight them. Amyntas, I am afraid that the Rome soldiers already know that our army is coming. Will they dare to come out of the camp and fight us and the Ursi? Leds reminded him in a euphemistic way. We have to give it a try, Amyntas said, but in his heart, he did not think that the possibility was too high. They had already circled around the Rome camp and found that every place was basically the same. There were no obvious flaws. Through the observation of the camp, he had a preliminary understanding of the characteristics and style of the Rome army and its generals. This was an army that did things cautiously and seriously. Could it be that they could only stay in the camp and defend against the attack of the Rome army after they met up? Amyntas was not willing to give up. Just as he was about to turn his horse and return to the place where he was going to build the camp, a cavalry scout came from the northwest. Commander Leds, we found several Rome troops in the Ursi village in front of us. They're looting the food. Captain Agris asked if we should eliminate them. According to the Dionysius cavalry, a cavalry legion has 2,000 people, and there are 4 brigades. Each brigade has 500 people. A brigade has 5 companies, and each company has 100 people. A company has 10 small teams, and each small team has 10 people. How many enemies are there? Leds asked. About 200 enemies, the cavalry scout replied. There's a fat piece of meat right in front of his mouth, but he still refuses to eat it. Is Agris stupid? Leds immediately said, Tell your captain to eliminate them as much as possible. Yes. The cavalry scout turned his horse and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Amyntas shouted to stop him. Did you only see the 200 enemies? Or are there only 200 enemies outside the camp? Amyntas' question was a little roundabout, but the cavalryman understood. He pointed to the northwest and said, Commander Amyntas, our brigade is in this direction. We have not searched the other places. Amyntas immediately turned to look at Leds. My old friend, I need your help. Send out the cavalrymen behind you and find out how many Roman soldiers are plundering food in this area. Report back to me as soon as possible. Okay. Leds did not refuse. He immediately turned around and issued the task to the cavalryman. Commander Amyntas, are you trying to use these Rome soldiers to lure their main force out? Printo's brain reacted quickly, and he roughly guessed Aminta's intention. Amintas looked at him and said with a little excitement, "We can't just do nothing and watch the Rome soldiers gather. When the 50,000 soldiers come, the First Legion will not be able to stop them no matter how powerful they are." Under his gaze, Printos nodded and agreed with his opinion. Aristonos. Amintas turned around and said to his adjutant, "Send a cavalry scout to inform our brothers in the First Legion. Tell them to stop building the camp, put on their armor and weapons, and march to the Rome camp in formation." "Wait for my order." "Yes," Aristonos answered excitedly. At this time, Leds had already sent out some of the cavalrymen. After hearing Aminta's order, he had to remind him, "The situation is not completely clear yet. Don't make such a big move just yet. What if there are only about 200 enemies? What if the Rome soldiers in the camp do not leave the camp at all? Not only will your efforts be in vain, but you will also be blamed by the soldiers. How dare they?" Aminta's eyes widened, and then he said in a firm tone, "If we wait until we understand everything, I'm afraid it will be too late to make preparations. I'm afraid this is our only chance to let the Rome soldiers fight us in the field." "I agree with Commander Amintas. We have to give it a try. If the final situation is not what we think it is, we can just let the soldiers stay in Polyvernum tonight and continue building the camp tomorrow." Printos said. He had discovered a characteristic of Amintas. This commander had a strong desire to fight, and he would not let go of any small opportunity. He continued, "In addition, we also need to remind the Volsci troops in Polyvernum and Satia in advance. Once the Rome soldiers in the camp come out, we need to join forces with them to defeat them. I will only be responsible for fighting the Rome soldiers. You will be responsible for the other trivial matters. What do you think?" Amintas asked directly. Chapter 691. Printos was stunned, but he did not decline. "Okay." He then said to his adjutant, "Aristonos, I need your help." Aristonos looked at Amintas. Amintas waved his hand and said, "You are under his command now." "Yes." Aristonos answered and immediately brought the messengers to Printos' side. "Go and inform the Wolsey people in Satia and Polyvernham immediately. Tell them that we are intercepting the soldiers of Rome who are robbing the food supplies. The Roman army is likely to come out of the camp and fight us. Ask them to gather their soldiers and get ready. Once we have a large-scale battle with the Romans, ask them to come and support us immediately." After Printos gave the order, the two messengers immediately rode away. Printos then asked Aristonos, "Did you bring the recording board?" "Yes." Aristonos took out a small square wooden board painted black and a white pen from behind the padding on the horse's back. This was the standard equipment of the adjutant of the legion. It was to prevent any mistakes in conveying the orders issued by the commander during an intense battle. At the same time, it could also be used as a tactical display board. Aristonos had been in the general staff headquarters, so of course he knew how to use it. Mark the camp of Rome. Satia is about 2 miles to the south. Polyvernham is about 16 miles to the south, and the camp we are building is 8 miles to the southwest. Printos was indeed the brain of the general staff headquarters. He had just arrived at Wolsey yesterday, but he had already memorized the situation. Aristonos listened to Printos while he used a white pen to mark each location on the board with the Rome camp as the center and wrote the distance numbers. Amintas listened to a few words. With his character, he would not have the patience to analyze and calculate these numbers. He only wanted the final result. So he quickly walked away and looked to the north, anxiously waiting for the news brought back by the scouts. On the other hand, Led's cavalrymen were vigilantly watching the Roman camp in the east to prevent the Roman cavalrymen from suddenly attacking and threatening the safety of the generals. In fact, Amintas did not have to wait for long. Not long after Led sent out the cavalrymen, the cavalry brigades and companies that were sent out earlier came back to report the situation of the enemy. Legion Commander, the 3rd Company of the 2nd Cavalry Brigade has spotted more than 100 Roman soldiers in the south. How far? About 10 li. Legion Commander, the 1st Company of the 4th Cavalry Brigade found about 100 Roman soldiers 11 miles north. As more and more cavalrymen came back to report, Amyntas's face was filled with joy. He shouted back, "Printos, there are more than 1,000 Rome soldiers outside, right?" According to the current statistics, there are already more than 1,500 people, Printos immediately said. Patroclus shook his head. He really did not know what was going on in front of them. The order given by Amyntas was a little vague, so he could only say, "Tell our brothers to hurry up and get into formation. We, the 6th Brigade, cannot fall behind the other brigades. Don't worry about it, Captain. Our brothers will not embarrass you." The company captain immediately responded in a serious tone. Although Patroclus was young, he had a high prestige among the soldiers. He had made many military achievements and was known as the kingdom's hero. Now, he had another identity that the soldiers respected. He was the son-in-law of the great king of Devers. 6 heavy infantry brigades, 1 light infantry brigade, 1 light armor brigade, including the engineering battalion because they had to consider the possibility of attacking the enemy's camp, and 100 scouts totaled more than 8,000 soldiers. They lined up in several columns and began to march northward at a normal speed under the lead of the cavalrymen. At this time, the soldiers did not feel dissatisfied because they had to march again. Since the terrain in this area was flat and the late autumn weather was relatively cool, the 1st Legion's 2-hour march was very relaxed. The soldiers who were still quite energetic were talking excitedly. Will there be a battle next? After marching for more than 20 minutes, Amyntas' messengers arrived again. This time, the order was much clearer. Everyone, march quickly to his position and intercept the Roman soldiers who left the camp to plunder. Tessus, Patroclus, and the other captains were all excited. They quickly gave the order. The bugle sounded hurriedly, and the messengers galloped between the marching columns. Soon, the shouts of the officers rose one after another, and the rumbling of footsteps could be heard. After the Roman army, led by Camillus, occupied Andium and Astura, they did not clear the many Volsci villages in the area behind them in order to quickly advance to Satia. Since the Volsci reacted quickly, Satia and Polyphonum had stationed their troops there. Now that they were prepared, the Roman army had no choice but to build a camp and confront the enemy in front of them. At the same time, Camillus repeatedly sent various Roman platoons to the rear to collect provisions. On the one hand, it could reduce the pressure on the army's food supply, and on the other hand, it could take the opportunity to clean up the Volsci villages that might be a potential threat. For example, they could capture the young and strong men in the villages and crush the resistance of the Volsci during the process of collecting provisions. Camillus was a platoon leader in Rome. Early in the morning, he was ordered to lead his platoon to the north to collect provisions. Due to the previous attempt to gather food, the villages near the Roman camp had already been looted clean, and the people had all run away. Hence, Camus' squadron, like the other squadrons, had to travel for nearly 10 miles to the north before they found a village that could be harvested. He immediately led his soldiers and rushed into the village like a wolf among a flock of sheep. After killing more than a dozen Volsci soldiers, Camillus' operation to collect provisions became smoother. Just as the soldiers were holding the Volsci's carts full of provisions and some of the looted carts, a Roman cavalryman arrived. "Officer Camillus orders you to return to the camp immediately. The enemy is attacking." Although Camillus regretted that there were still a lot of provisions that he did not load, he did not hesitate and immediately gathered the soldiers scattered in the village. At this time, he saw a lot of black cavalrymen coming from outside the village. They did not look like Volsci cavalrymen. Camillus was confused, but the Roman cavalrymen who could answer his doubts were nowhere to be found. Camillus was not nervous at all. He was used to the incompetence of the Roman cavalrymen. He calmly ordered 120 Roman soldiers to protect the carts filled with provisions. He also grabbed a few Volsci soldiers to lead the pack beasts. The group of people left the village unhurriedly. The black cavalrymen quickly surrounded them and circled around them. Camillus asked the soldiers to be more vigilant, but he was not too worried. As a veteran, he had seen the attacking methods of the Roman cavalrymen and the cavalry of other forces. He knew that in front of the Roman soldiers with shields, the cavalry's thrusts would not only be useless, but would also cause them to fall off their horses. Chapter 692. Camus had participated in the battle led by Camillus to repel the Celts 10 years ago. The ferocious charge of the Celtic cavalry with their great swords and chariots was indeed lethal, but these black knights with spears were obviously not Celts. At that moment, he heard a few screams, followed by a soldier's panicked shout, "Be careful of the javelins." Camus instinctively raised his shield to protect himself. When he turned around, he saw a soldier not far away was stabbed in the right chest by a short javelin. The soldier was struggling and screaming on the ground. The Black Knights, who were only a dozen meters away from them, switched their spears to their left hand and held the javelins in their right hand. They slowed down their horses and circled around them, looking for the next opportunity to throw the javelins. Damn it, these enemies know how to throw javelins. Camus was a little panicked. It was his first time encountering such a kind of cavalry. What should I do? Camus thought anxiously. Should I continue forward? I'm 10 miles away from the camp. I have to defend against the enemy's attacks and protect the wagons. It's not hard to imagine how slow I'll be. The soldiers have to stay alert for a long time. Their stamina is also a big problem. Should I retreat to the village and wait for reinforcements? The village is not far behind the troops. It'll be fast for me to return to the camp, but I'm not sure when the reinforcements from the camp will arrive. Besides, the enemy's cavalry is here, and there might even be infantrymen. While Camus was hesitating, the captured Walsey soldiers took advantage of the fact that the soldiers were guarding against the Black Knights and could not help them. They quietly untied the horses from the wagons and drove them to break through the defensive circle of the Roman soldiers. Then, they took advantage of the chaos and sneaked out. A few angry Roman soldiers chased after them. "Idiot, come back!" Camus shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. A few Black Knights chased after them. The Roman soldiers noticed that the situation was not right, but they did not panic. They raised their shields to block the enemy's cavalry and retreated with large strides. Unexpectedly, a few more Black cavalrymen charged at them from behind. They couldn't dodge in time and were knocked down by the horses. At this time, the enemies in front of them had also arrived. The confused Roman soldiers did not even have time to raise their shields. The enemy on the horse lowered his body and stuck out his spear. Using the speed of the horse, the spear pierced into the body covered by the chainmail. After that, the enemy quickly let go of the spear to avoid being pushed off the horse by the strong recoil. When the Rome soldiers saw the tragic state of their teammates and the skillful cooperation of the enemy cavalry, they were both angry and uneasy. Without the pack animals, it would be difficult to transport the looted goods back. Camus finally made up his mind. He gave up on the pack wagons and gathered the soldiers to form a more compact column. While guarding against the harassment of the enemy cavalry from time to time, they slowly moved toward the camp. The same thing happened to every Rome squadron that went out to collect food. However, some squadrons took the same measures as Camus, while some simply returned to the village and waited for rescue. Camillus and Frius, who were at the camp, soon received news that the troops that went out of the camp were attacked by the Ionia cavalry. Camillus no longer hesitated and immediately made the decision that there were light infantry and cavalry in the police station. They were to immediately rescue the troops that were attacked and repel the Ionia cavalry. Soon, the north gate of the Rome camp opened, and nearly 2,000 light infantry and more than 800 cavalry poured out of the camp. In the beginning, the light infantry in the Rome army was filled by the 4th and 5th class civilians of Rome who were poor and could not afford heavy infantry equipment. However, since Camillus implemented the military reform, and with the help of Carthage, the civilians of Rome could also serve as heavy infantry. However, the equipment was provided by the Senate and would be returned after the war. As a result, the light infantry in the Rome army was mainly provided by the other allies of Rome. At this time, the light infantry and the Rome cavalry spent a lot of time outside the camp before they were divided into more than a dozen groups. Under the leadership of the cavalry scouts, they rushed to their respective targets. Camillus, who was in the main tent, received another shocking news. 7 to 8,000 Ionia soldiers were marching quickly towards the camp in Rome. Frias looked at Camillus in surprise. The Ionia have just arrived, and they already want to attack our camp? Camillus pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. He then ordered, "Send out the cavalry scouts to the south to investigate the movements in the cities of Satia and Polevenum. Once you find any troops coming out, report immediately." Camillus did not believe that the Ionia would dare to attack his camp with only 7 to 8,000 soldiers. Therefore, he had to closely monitor the movements of the Volsci. At the same time, he did not dare to let his guard down. He began to mobilize the soldiers to prepare for the defense of the camp. At this time, in the city of Polevenum, the consul Catai Montalos received the news from the messenger of the First Legion of Dionia. He said in surprise, "The First Legion of Dionia is preparing to attack the despicable raiding troops of Rome to lure the main force of Rome out of the camp. They are attempting to engage them in a battle, and they are asking for our cooperation. These Dionia are really impatient. They have just arrived and do not understand the situation, but they already want to fight the Rome," the general of Alonkai's reinforcements said in a strange tone. "At least this shows that the Dionia are sincere in helping our Volsci." The words of Thulus, the consul of Sels, made Oronkai and the general of the Sidicines reinforcements a little embarrassed. They had led their troops to Woolsey for almost half a month, but they had yet to engage in a battle with the Romans. "But the Rome army is very strong. Once our troops leave the protection of the city walls and fight with the Rome in the wild, if we lose, our Volsci will be in danger." Terezina's consul Toulouse said worriedly. He was the one who led the reinforcements to Viltri, but they were defeated by the Rome army, which eventually led to the fall of Viltri. As the most powerful kingdom in Italy, Dionia must have the confidence to defeat the Rome army if they dare to propose a battle with the Rome army. Carinus, the former consul of Antium, was eager to take back the occupied town. He shouted, "Besides, according to the tradition of us Volsci, how can we let our guests work so hard while the host stands by and does nothing?" As the commander-in-chief of the Volsci army, Catai Montalos finally made up his mind. He called for the messenger of Dionia and said, "Please go back and tell Commander Amyntas that all the soldiers of Volsci are waiting for his order to attack." Since the cavalry of Dionia was mainly concentrated in the west and north of the Rome camp, the scouts of Rome could relatively safely observe the movement of the Dionysian army in the south of the camp. An hour later, Camillus received news that the Dionysian army was approaching the Rome camp. When he came to the watchtower in front of the south gate of the camp, he could already see the rising dust in front of him. Camillus was not nervous at all. He looked at the soldiers on the wooden wall who had already taken up their defensive positions, hoping that the light infantry and the Rome soldiers who were sent out to collect food would come back soon. Then he would not have to worry about anything. Fortunately, 2 or 3 squadrons of Rome had returned to the camp. It seemed that he did not have to wait too long. After standing on the watchtower for a while, he was surprised to find that the dust was not getting closer to him. Instead, it seemed to be moving further away. Just when he was puzzled, a scout from Rome rushed into the camp and reported to him, "Consul Camillus, the Dionysian army has turned to the west of the camp." West. Camillus was stunned. He pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. "Is the Dionia trying to bypass the camp and attack the soldiers outside our camp?" "Commander Amyntas, Commander Led sent me to tell you that the cavalry legion is running out of javelins. The light infantry of Rome is attacking fiercely. Some of the cavalrymen have been injured. He can no longer stop the Rome army from withdrawing to the camp." Amyntas' face turned gloomy when he heard this. Due to the participation of the light infantry and cavalry of Rome, it had become difficult for the 1st Cavalry Legion of Dionia to carry out the plan of delaying the retreat of the Rome army. The combination of the light infantry and cavalry of Rome, in turn, posed a great threat to the scattered Dionia cavalry. So, under Printo's suggestion, he reluctantly let Leds lead the cavalry to give up obstructing the other Rome squadrons and concentrate on obstructing the 3 Rome squadrons that were closer to them in the southwest. But he did not expect that the light infantry of Rome had also arrived here. Was his battle plan going to fail? Amyntas was unwilling to give up. He said to the messenger of Leds, "Go back and tell Commander Leds I asked him to hold on a little longer. The 1st Cavalry Legion will be here soon. Your cavalry has worked hard for so long and paid a heavy price. You can't just give up like this." Amyntas' request obviously moved the messenger of the 1st Cavalry Legion. The messenger hesitated and said, "I will pass on all your words to Commander Leds." After the messenger left, Amyntas' face was completely gloomy. He shouted, "Hurry up," and urged the 1st Cavalry Legion. If they can't get here soon and let the Rome army escape, they will all be punished according to military law. While Amyntas was cursing, his adjutant, Aristos, suddenly looked happy. He pointed to the south and shouted, "Commander, our soldiers are here." Amyntas immediately turned his head and looked back. He saw dust rolling in the distance, and the sound of footsteps was rumbling. Amyntas immediately grinned. "It seems that if I don't scold them, they will not complete their mission properly." Chapter 693. Reporting to the Legion Commander, the 7th Brigade has arrived. We are waiting for your order. The 7th Brigade Commander, Satyrus, bowed to Amyntas while panting. It was expected that the 1st Legion's Light Infantry Battalion would be the first to arrive. After all, they were not wearing armor, and they did not have any heavy weapons, so they moved quickly. In fact, when they received the order to rush, they were only about 7 miles away from Amyntas. Running 7 miles in an hour was not considered fast. The main thing was to maintain the integrity of the formation and maintain a certain amount of physical strength so that they could immediately join the battle when they arrived. Amyntas glanced at the soldiers. They were all sweating profusely, but they were still in high spirits. He nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, "Brothers, you came at the right time. The enemy is just in front of us, waiting for us to eat them up. We will make the name of the 1st Legion of Dionia famous. Do you have the confidence to do so?" "Yes," the soldiers shouted in unison. "Staff officer, you will make the arrangements," Amyntas said immediately. Printos did not decline. He glanced at the board full of marks, then pointed to the southwest and said to the 7th Brigade Commander, Satyrus, "There are more than 300 heavy infantry, 700 cavalry, and nearly 2,000 light infantry from Rome 4 miles away. The 1st Cavalry Brigade is under great pressure to stop them from retreating. Immediately take the 7th Brigade and help the 1st Cavalry Brigade to delay the enemy. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive and annihilate them." "Yes." Satyrus turned around and shouted, "Brothers, continue to run with me." Under the guidance of the scouts, the soldiers of the 7th Brigade ran to the southwest. "Printos, your previous suggestion was right. As long as we capture this large group of enemies, I don't believe that the Rome will not come out to rescue them." The arrival of the 7th Brigade made Amyntas feel a little relieved. He began to praise Printos. When Plutarch suggested to him to give up on intercepting all the Rome food supply troops and concentrate on the cavalry to block the few Rome platoons that were closest to them, and in fact the 1st Legion, Amyntas hesitated for a while. Now, not only did they stop more than 300 heavy infantry from Rome, but they had also lured the light infantry and cavalry from Rome over. If these 3,000 Rome soldiers could be pinned down, he would not have to worry that the Rome main force would not leave the camp. Printos smiled and did not say much. At this time, Adjutant Aristos shouted again, "Commander, another unit has arrived." Dust billowed in the south. This time, it was the 8th Brigade, the light armor brigade, that had rushed over. At first, the companies of the 1st Legion successfully blocked the Rome platoons and even inflicted some casualties on them. It could be said that they had gained a lot of victory. However, the arrival of the Rome light infantry and cavalry reversed the situation of the Rome soldiers being passive. The Rome light infantry was composed of archers and javelin throwers. Not only did they have a longer range than the javelins of the Dionia cavalry, but they also had a more stable and accurate shot. On the other hand, the speed of the Dionia cavalry was limited by the Rome cavalry. Even if the Dionia cavalry wanted to charge forward with their horses, the Rome army was mixed with heavy infantry, making this risk impossible. Instead, it was easy for them to be surrounded by the enemy. The combination of Rome's heavy infantry, cavalry, and light infantry caused the Daionia cavalry, who were more skilled in horsemanship, to suffer casualties. In the kingdom of Daionia, the cavalry was not as precious as before. The cavalry of the First Legion mainly came from the Briti region, the people that were good at raising and riding horses. Therefore, the number of reserve cavalry of the First Legion was enough to form another legion. However, as the legion commander, Leds was distressed by the loss of the cavalry. These were the soldiers that he had painstakingly trained. Besides, in this unfamiliar land, it was difficult to replenish the cavalry after the loss. In the face of the current terrible situation, the commander of the First Legion, Leds, was hesitating whether he should cancel the order to intercept the Rome soldiers and return to the camp. Fortunately, Aminta's order arrived in time, so Leds could concentrate all the cavalry to deal with the 3 Rome platoons in the southwest. For this reason, Leds ordered the cavalry to purposely drive and force the 3 Rome platoons to gather food together. This would be more advantageous for him to command the First Legion to intercept the enemy. In the face of nearly 2,000 Daionia cavalry galloping around, the Rome soldiers did not dare to act rashly. However, it did not take long before a large number of Rome's light infantry and cavalry arrived and changed the stalemate. The Rome's heavy infantry was in the middle, the light infantry was on the periphery, and the cavalry was on both sides. They were ready to intercept the Daionia cavalry at any time. With such a formation, the Rome soldiers began to advance slowly toward the camp. Under the attack of the Rome's light infantry's javelins and arrows, the Daionia cavalry in front of them could not throw their javelins before they entered the Rome's light infantry's shooting range. When the flying arrows hit the Daionia cavalry, the Rome cavalry would also take the opportunity to charge forward. After a while, they would quickly retreat to avoid being surrounded by the Daionia cavalry. The Rome soldiers repeatedly used this tactic, causing the First Legion of Daionia to suffer a lot of losses. Leds no longer dared to let the cavalry block in front of them. Instead, he harassed them from the side and the rear. However, the Rome's formation was tight, and the Daionia cavalry did not dare to get too close under the threat of the arrows. Looking at the battlefield filled with dust and the constant neighing of the war horse, Leds once again fell into a dilemma of indecision. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a wounded war horse carrying a wounded soldier. The soldier was being pulled by another cavalry and was heading toward his back. The wounded soldier's face was familiar to him. He urged his horse forward and took a closer look. It was indeed the captain of the First Legion of Cavalry, Pebericius. His full name was Sebokos Pebericius. He was the eldest son of Let's old subordinate and the kingdom's hero, Sebokos. Ever since Devers named his son Clodo Catax, his practice gradually became popular in the kingdom. Most of the citizens gradually abandoned the Greek tradition of only having first names and no surnames, and began to use their own names as the surnames of their descendants. At this moment, the young man's eyes were closed, and he was unconscious. "Commander," the captain's war horse was shot by an arrow. He fell off the horse and fell into a coma. The cavalry who brought him back reported. "Take care of him." After Leds gave the order, he looked at the front again. He finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Order, cancel the interception of the Rome. Woo." Suddenly, a loud bugle was heard in front of them. "Commander, it's the First Legion. The First Legion has arrived." The cavalry next to him shouted excitedly. Hearing the familiar bugle, Leds looked forward. Through the dust, he could vaguely see the golden light on the Daionia flag. At this time, Aminta's messenger also arrived, reporting to Commander Leds, "The 7th Brigade of the First Legion has arrived. They are on the enemy's way back and are approaching the enemy." Only the 7th Brigade? Leds was slightly disappointed. The messenger then emphasized, "The other brigades are coming one after another." Leds thought for a moment and then order all brigades to immediately stop harassing the enemy. Keep a distance from the enemy and slow down the horses. You only need to monitor the enemy's movements. At the same time, Make way for the encirclement in the east to avoid being accidentally hit by the long-range attacks of the 1st Legion. The soldiers of the 7th Brigade looked at the dusty battlefield in front of them. Although they were physically tired, they were extremely excited. Their footsteps also quickened. When they were approaching the battlefield, the commander of the 7th Brigade gave the order to stop. Goose formation. He then gave another order. Hearing the bugle and the waving of the flag, the soldiers immediately moved away from each other. The whole formation stretched to both sides, and soon, the whole formation showed a concave arc. At this time, the cavalry of the 1st Legion rushed over. Brothers of the 1st Legion, we have moved away from the front. The commander of the light infantry immediately ordered again. 1st Company, get ready. The organization of the light infantry brigade of each legion was a little special. It only had 4 companies. The 1st and 2nd companies were archers, while the 3rd and 4th companies were javelin throwers. Each company had 250 soldiers and was composed of 5 teams. However, the light infantry brigade of the 1st Legion was very special. It only had 3 companies. The 2nd company was archers, the 3rd company was javelin throwers, and the 1st company was stone throwers. This was the only unique unit in Dionia. There were a total of 350 soldiers, all of whom were born in Rhodes and were good at stone throwing. The soldiers of the 1st Company untied the catapults tied to their waists and advanced in a loose formation to the front of the brigade. Satyrus kept his eyes on the front and judged the distance between his brigade and the enemy. This was a basic skill necessary for the commander of the Dionia Light Infantry. He had fought in Persia and was born as a Thracian light shield soldier. Therefore, he was even more experienced and outstanding in battle. That was why he was the commander of the 1st Legion of Dionia. Although the Rome soldiers saw that the Dionia cavalry in front of them had moved away, they still did not speed up because the Dionia cavalry was still surrounding them. This forced them to maintain a tight formation. Seeing that the Rome soldiers were only about 300 meters away from his brigade, Satyrus raised his right hand. 1st Company, attack. The stone throwers took out a lead pellet the size of an egg from the leather bag on their waist. Compared to 10 years ago, when the stone throwers used pebbles, they had now changed their guns. The lead pellet in the center could not only fly farther, but was also more lethal. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version. Chapter 694. The catapults placed the lead pellets into the leather bag in the middle of the catapult and began to rotate their right arms. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as the catapult spun faster and faster. The Rome soldiers also saw the new enemies a few hundred meters away through the haze of dust. Although they were a little nervous, they had no other choice but to move forward. At this moment, hundreds of lead pellets fell from the sky like hail and accurately sprinkled on the dense formation of the Rome soldiers. Suddenly, screams rang out. Other than the heavy infantrymen in the center who were slightly injured, the light infantrymen who had almost no protection were smashed and bleeding. The Rome cavalry on both sides were also affected. The horses that were hit by the lead pellets screamed and jumped, throwing the unprepared cavalrymen off their horses and almost messing up the Rome formation. This was the first time the Rome soldiers were attacked by the catapults. They were caught off guard and were a little confused. On the other hand, the Dionia cavalry was well prepared. While the Rome soldiers were in a state of confusion, they immediately rode their horses to the enemy and threw the few short javelins they had left. Screams rang out again, but the soldiers who fell were far more injured than just scratching their scalps. When the Rome light infantrymen picked up their bows and javelins and were ready to attack the Dionia cavalry that was retreating, another wave of lead pellets was thrown at them. The continuous attacks made the Rome light infantrymen complain incessantly. These soldiers, who were mainly from the Latin Alliance, were in a state of confusion and low morale. The Rome heavy infantrymen in the center of the formation still remained calm and shouted in unison, "Charge! Kill them!" The first to take action was the Rome cavalry. They hurriedly gathered hundreds of horses and rushed forward desperately. The 4 hooves of the war horse were flying, knocking on the solid ground and making a rumbling sound as if the earth was trembling. Satyrus was still calm and raised his right hand again. "Second company, get ready." The archers on both sides of the goose formation pulled their bows and released their arrows. The Dionia cavalry also followed the Rome cavalry in a parallel line. When Rome was less than 100 meters away from the 7th Brigade, the 350 Dionia archers released their arrows in unison. The arrows were shot from both sides to the center, forming a crossfire. Although the Roman cavalrymen raised their shields, it was difficult for them to defend against the arrows. They screamed and their horses neighed. They fell to the ground and even hindered the cavalrymen behind them. At this moment, the second volley of arrows arrived, dealing more damage to the Rome cavalry. A small number of Roman cavalrymen who managed to escape the arrows were about to reach the Dionia's catapults. However, they were attacked by the javelins of the 3rd Company of Dionia. As a result, only a few of them survived. The Diorians took the opportunity to attack the Roman cavalry from both sides, who were in a state of confusion due to the arrows. This skillful combination of attacks caused the charging Roman cavalry to be almost annihilated. At this time, the Rome heavy infantry was still protecting the light infantry as they advanced with difficulty. When they saw the tragic scene in front of them, they were filled with sorrow. At this time, they heard an unfamiliar bugle call from afar. The enemy's reinforcements were here again. The morale of the Rome soldiers hit rock bottom. At this moment, woo, 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 an even louder and more sonorous bugle call came from afar. "Our reinforcements are here! Our reinforcements are here!" When the Rome soldiers heard the familiar bugle call, they finally became excited. Reporting to Legion Commander, "The Rome army in the camp has been dispatched. There are about 8,000 to 9,000 of them." A scout rushed over and reported to Amyntas. So fast, the swift response of the Rome soldiers surprised Amyntas. Initially, he wanted to let the 7th and 8th Brigades and the cavalry continue to besiege the camp instead of annihilating this part of the enemy. He wanted to lure the Rome soldiers out of the camp. At the same time, he could allow the 6 heavy infantry brigades that had just arrived to rest for a while and recover some of their strength. He did not expect the Rome army to arrive so fast. Obviously, the Dionia light infantry, light armored soldiers, and cavalry could not stop a large force of 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers. Amyntas looked at the sweating Dionia soldiers in front of him. Although they were tired, few of them sat down. Instead, they put down their weapons and gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. They walked and chatted slowly because they knew there would be a battle soon. If they lay down, it would aggravate the soreness in their muscles. It would make their bodies lazy, and they would not want to exercise. Amyntas immediately called the 6 heavy infantry brigade captains and said with a serious expression, "Our plan to lure the enemy has succeeded. The enemy's main force has left the camp. I hope you can overcome your fatigue, capture them, and defeat them. Don't worry, Commander. Since the Rome soldiers have left the camp, they will not be able to run back." Tessus, the 1st brigade captain, received the approval of the other brigade captains. "Then get ready to go," Amyntas immediately ordered. Just as the brigade captains went to gather their soldiers, Amyntas ordered the messenger. Immediately informed the Volsci and Satia and Polevinum that the main force of the Rome soldiers has left the camp. Ask them to come and participate in the battle. After Camillus guessed the intention of the Dionia soldiers, he did not hesitate and immediately gathered 9,000 heavy infantry soldiers, leaving only 3,000 soldiers to defend the camp. Originally, Phraates requested to lead the troops and let the elderly Camillus guard the camp. However, he was rejected by Camillus. He only sent the troops to rescue the soldiers who were trapped outside the camp. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the Dionia soldiers. However, if the young and energetic Phraates led the troops, it was likely to lead to such an outcome. Camillus led more than 70 heavy infantry platoons of Rome soldiers to the west. He knew that the Dionia army would also be coming in this direction. He had to lure out the trapped soldiers as soon as possible and then quickly return to the camp. Camillus did not know much about the Dionysian army. In his impression, the surrounding forces and even the Greeks of Campania fought in the form of bloated phalanxes except for the Rome army that he led. Because the platoons were the main force of the army, they were more flexible in both formation and combat. Therefore, he believed that even if the main force of the Daionia army arrived, they would need to rearrange their formation, and he would have enough time to organize a retreat. When Camillus arrived at the battlefield, the 7th and 8th Brigades of Daionia and the cavalry had taken the initiative to retreat. The scene in front of him shocked him. The ground was full of dead bodies, dead horses, and wounded soldiers who were struggling and groaning. Nearly 1/3 of the 3,000 soldiers, cavalry and light infantry, who were ordered to come to the rescue had been lost, and the soldiers who were still alive were disheveled and depressed. Some of them were bruised and bleeding. Through the brief description of the trapped officer, Camillus understood the whole process of the battle. He could not help but be surprised by the lethality of the light infantry and cavalry of Daionia, as well as the close cooperation between them. This is a well-trained army. Camillus set a label for the people of Daionia in his heart, so he urged the soldiers to bring the wounded soldiers and retreat immediately. What about our citizens who died in the battle? The light infantry officer from the Alliance asked to bring the corpses back as well. Camillus, who had always loved his soldiers like his own children, hardened his heart and said, "Leave them here for the time being. We'll deal with them later. We must hurry up and return immediately." The officer of the Alliance was dissatisfied with this decision and wanted to say more. At this moment, a scout hurried over and reported, "Officer Camillus, there are about 6,000 to 7,000 black soldiers attacking from the south." Camillus's heart tightened and he galloped out of the team. According to the military tradition of Rome, the commander of the Roman army must be on foot like the soldiers to show that there was no difference between the two and that they shared weal and woe together. However, Camillus was too old and his physical strength was limited. Therefore, the Senate of Rome specially allowed him to ride a horse. He looked to the south and saw dust rolling in the distance. Based on his experience, the enemy was already a mile away. He immediately returned to the team and gave the order, "Line up according to the formation we used before meeting the enemy. Start to retreat." The formation he mentioned before meeting the enemy was a small phalanx of 120 Rome soldiers arranged in a fish-scale formation. Since there was a large gap between the platoons, they could move more flexibly and retreat faster. Once they could no longer retreat, they could switch to an offensive formation at any time. Due to the slight uneasiness in his heart, Camillus adopted this safe approach. However, how could the Daionia light infantry on the periphery let the Roman army retreat so easily? The stone throwers once again swung their catapults and threw lead pellets at the Roman army. The archers even boldly approached the periphery of the Roman army and got into a shooting position. Camillus had to transfer the Roman light infantry to this side as a precaution. However, the Daionia cavalry galloped in groups around the periphery of the Roman army. From time to time, they would break into the Roman army and get less than 20 meters away from them. It seemed like they were about to launch an assault. Although the messengers sent by Camillus repeatedly warned the Roman soldiers to ignore the harassment of the Daionia cavalry, the speed of the Roman soldiers was still significantly affected. At this time, the Daionia army was advancing very fast. They were less than 300 meters away from the Roman army. The Roman soldiers could already see the golden flags that were held high in the gray dust. They could hear the strong rhythm of the military drums, and rows of black soldiers that seemed to cover the sky were marching towards them in a relatively orderly manner. While the soldiers were attracted and intimidated by the momentum of the Dionysian army, Camillus was even more surprised. He found that the formation of the Dionysian army was very similar to the tactical formation of the Roman army after it was reformed. This made him suddenly realize that the Daionia army might not need to spend a lot of time to arrange their formation. They could directly attack him. If he forced himself to retreat here, he was likely to be chased by the enemy, which would cause chaos in his army and lead to a crushing defeat. Chapter 695. After thinking about it again and again, Camillus finally made up his mind to repel the enemy in front of him before retreating. Since the decision had been made, Camillus immediately took action. He sent out a messenger to convey his order, asking the Rome army to immediately line up in a three-line formation when facing the incoming enemy. There were a total of 10 Rome squadrons made up of young soldiers, forming the front line. There were 1,200 soldiers in total. Behind them, there were 6 Rome squadrons made up of young soldiers, a total of 660 soldiers. The last line was made up of 6 veteran squadrons, also 660 soldiers. In total, there were more than 2,500 heavy infantry soldiers in the middle line. He also lined up in the same way on the left and right flanks. The Rome army had been fighting the war with new tactics for the past 10 years, so they were very familiar with it. In addition to the squadrons that were arranged to meet the enemy, they only needed to intersperse the small phalanxes formed by each squadron with each other. It didn't take long for them to form a huge three-line formation that stretched for a mile. Camillus brought a total of 9,000 soldiers, all of whom were heavy infantry soldiers. There were a total of 75 squadrons. Together with the 3 squadrons that were trapped, there were a total of 78 squadrons. Among them, there were 40 squadrons of young soldiers, 25 squadrons of young soldiers, and 13 squadrons of veterans. In the formation, there were not enough squadrons of veterans, so he replaced them with squadrons of young soldiers. When the formation was completed, there were a total of 7,600 heavy infantry soldiers in Rome. At this time, there were 12 squadrons under his command, and most of them were composed of young soldiers. He arranged them in the 4th line behind him as a reserve force. While protecting the wounded soldiers, they also took care of the Dionia cavalry and light infantry that were patrolling in the rear. He also arranged the remaining 500 Rome cavalry on both sides of the formation, and more than 1,500 light infantry soldiers were scattered between the 4th line of reserves. This was mainly to guard against the enemy's cavalry and light infantry. While the Rome army was in formation, the advance of the 1st Legion of Dionia was slowing down. When they were 200 meters away from the enemy, the entire army stopped moving forward and quickly adjusted according to the enemy's formation. Amyntas placed the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades in the front, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades in the back. The length of the entire formation was almost the same as the Rome army. Both sides were in formation almost at the same time. At a distance of 200 meters, the soldiers on both sides were looking at each other curiously. The soldiers of Rome were also wearing a helmet that covered their cheeks. There were 2 colorful feathers on both sides of the helmet, and there was a red horsehair tassel in the middle of the helmet. The soldiers of Rome were wearing red short-sleeved shirts and chainmail. Only the captain of the platoon wore a bronze breastplate, bronze shin armor, and leather sandals. He held a long shield that was half the height of man in his left hand and a 2-meter-long spear in his right hand. In the Rome army, there were no other flags except for the flag bearers of the left, middle, and right wings. Each of them was holding a red military flag embroidered with an eagle spreading its wings. In the Dionia army, the sub-team flags, company flags, and battalion flags were distributed in each small square formation in an orderly manner. They surrounded the legion flag in the center and fluttered in the wind. The statue of the god on top of the flag was shining in a golden light, like the stars in the night sky. It was a beautiful scene. After both sides were in formation, half of the battlefield was black and the other half was red. The soldiers of both sides stood like mighty statues. The spears in their hands were arranged like a dense forest, and the shields were erected like towering walls. Both sides remained silent, but the thick, murderous aura that permeated the battlefield was dispelling the dust. Amyntas, who had always been aggressive, did not immediately give the order to attack. On the one hand, he wanted to let the soldiers who had rushed all the way here take a breather and recover their strength. On the other hand, he wanted to buy more time and wait for the Volsci soldiers to arrive. After all, compared to the other side, the 1st Legion had fewer heavy infantry soldiers. The other side could quickly form a formation similar to that of Dionia. He felt that this opponent was very different from the previous enemies, so he acted more cautiously. However, he could wait, but Camillus could not. He could roughly guess the reason why the Dionysian army had stopped advancing after chasing them all the way here. Therefore, he waited for the soldiers of Rome to form a formation and stabilize themselves before he immediately gave the order, "Everyone attack!" Woo! The bugles of the army sounded. The soldiers of Rome held their spears and shields as they advanced slowly. The four lines maintained a relatively neat formation, pressing against the Dionia army. Camillus rode at the back of the center of the formation. From time to time, he would look back at the Dionia cavalry that was cruising behind the flank of the Roman army. At this time, Leds had already rushed to Amyntas' side. "You've worked hard, old friend." Amyntas nodded and thanked him. "In order to stop the Roman army, my legion has paid the price of more than 300 casualties," Leds said with a solemn expression. Amyntas was silent for a moment and asked, "Can your cavalry fight again?" Leds shook his head. "The horses have been running back and forth, and they are very tired. Moreover, the cavalry has used up their javelins. Now, they need to recover their horsepower. They can only be used when the Roman army retreats. However, the enemy you are facing is not easy to deal with. Don't worry. If the Roman army wants to use the tactics that they stole from us to defeat our teacher, it will only be a joke," Amyntas said confidently while paying attention to the battle situation in front of him. If the Devers heard this, they might feel a little ashamed. Leds glanced at the reserve team of light armored soldiers behind him. He felt a little uneasy, but he did not say anything. The captain of the company in front, Stephos, Amyntas' adopted son, clearly saw that the Roman soldiers in front of him stopped when they were about 50 meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted, "Brothers, prepare the javelins! Prepare the javelins!" The shouts of the Dionysian army's officers rose and fell one after another. The soldiers had already held the javelins in their hands. Mars! There was an earth-shattering roar from the Roman army. Even though the young Roman soldiers in their 20s had just been running around, they were still full of energy. They strode forward and charged forward. Stephos saw clearly that the Roman soldiers did not tilt their shields above them. Obviously, they did not understand the characteristics of the heavy infantry of Dionia. He sneered. As they moved forward, the speed of the Roman soldiers' charge increased rapidly, creating an indomitable and powerful momentum. The soldiers of the First Legion of Dionia stood still like a mountain. They did not move until the Roman army was about 30 meters away. "Javelins!" As the officers shouted, the front and back rows of Dionia threw the javelins in their hands at the same time. It was as if a hurricane was blowing on the battlefield. The charging young Roman soldiers stopped abruptly. The dense, heavy javelins flew more than 20 meters and fell into the 10 rows of young Roman soldiers. The javelins easily penetrated their chainmail armor and pinned them to the ground. Dionia's eyes were filled with shock. Dionia's eyes were filled with shock. The heavy javelins that hit the wooden shields were deeply embedded in the surface of shields. The javelins were bent and dragged to the ground. At this time, most of the inexperienced young Roman soldiers did not continue to charge forward. Instead, they subconsciously pulled up their teammates who were struggling on the ground or tried to pull out the javelins on their shields. This provided enough time for the Dionia soldiers to prepare for the second round of javelins. Therefore, when the second round of javelins was thrown, more Roman soldiers fell to the ground. Camillus, who had always been able to remain calm and wise during the battle, cried out in distress when he saw the scene on the battlefield. He did not expect the Dionia heavy infantry to be able to throw javelins. The young Roman soldiers were caught off guard and suffered a big blow. Of course, what he did not know was that heavy infantry with javelins was the characteristic tactic of the Roman legion. However, in the history of his previous life, this tactic was established because of the war between the Romans and the Simonians. The Simonians, who were good at using javelins, caused the Romans to suffer a lot. That was why the Romans began to learn from their opponents and improve their tactics. This allowed the Roman heavy infantry, which was almost a single unit, to have a mid-range attack capability. Just when the Roman soldiers were suddenly attacked and temporarily fell into chaos, all the flags in the Dionia army pointed forward. The soldiers shouted the name Hades and fiercely pounced on the enemy. "Fight! Fight!" The platoon jarls and squad jarls of the Roman soldiers who were not injured shouted as they took the lead to rush to the front to fill the gap in the broken battle line. The young soldiers in the back also rushed to the front without hesitation. They wanted to avenge their injured comrades. However, before the Roman soldiers could fill the gap in the front line, the Dionia soldiers had already charged forward. The left, middle, and right frontline troops of both sides collided with each other. Although the frontline troops of both sides were 10 rows thick compared to the fully equipped 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades of the 1st Legion of Dionia, the Roman young soldiers who had just been hit by the javelins were obviously no match for them in terms of strength.